I am early. Hello, everybody. If anybody is even there. I got a lot of stuff I want to go over. I found more stuff real quick today. I think I found Lorenzo, and I found the Wilsons. So I found Candace and Stephen Wilson, which is his adoptive parents, Wade's, and Lorenzo. That's what I was going to do. I was going to look up marriage license because so Lorenzo is connected to Melissa. It comes up together. So I think they might have had the right guy. I feel like that Jennifer from Germany might have been correct on that. He is a SO. He is connected to Mila. I can't figure out exactly if they're married. I have to try to figure that out. He's 56. He's connected to her. He's got charges. He's got charges with an underage person. So I don't know. My next step is gonna be try to figure out if they're really married. But I have so much other stuff to go through that I'll get to that, guys. But yeah, she must have a thing for jerks. You know what I'm saying? He's got a bunch of different charges. That Lorenzo guy. So hey, Lurker. Hey, Moira, Lavender, Casey. So yeah, I'm going to start out with a letter. What do you want to start with? So I still got videos. I got all their background. I did background searches on all of them. And then yeah, let's start with a letter. Oh, Ziki. We'll start with another letter of support. Letter number, what letter are we on? So we did we did 3 letters so far. So this will be letter number 3. I just have them labeled wrong because I accidentally labeled two of them letter number 2s. So there's actually 12 letters then. No. Yeah, there's going to be actually 12 because I labeled 2 number 2s for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why I did that, but yeah, so we're going to go with a letter number 3 or 4 in support. Now remember, these aren't my letters. This is just people that are supporting him and think he's innocent, which I don't get how anybody could think he's innocent. He confessed to it to 3 different people, 4 different people. He confessed to law enforcement. He confessed to his dad. He confessed to Mila, and he confessed to that Josh guy. 4 people. Nobody's forcing you to confess to 4 people. Like, those jail calls were not a forced confession. Come on, people. Anyway. Hi, Mark. Let's start off with a couple videos of, there's this TikToker that, what is the TikToker's name? Hold on. She's got like a bunch, or she or he, I don't know if it's a she or he, but they've got like a bunch of, videos, not a bunch. I shouldn't say a bunch, but they have some videos of Wade. They have like a couple of videos where, hold on 1 second. So I'll just start with that real quick, but hold on. I want to give them a shot. Oh my God, shut up. Oh, how do you, oh my God. That's so annoying that you can't like click on TikTok without that next video playing. It drives me nuts. I don't want to listen to a video like you can't even pause it. Okay, so this is Wade. Okay, the TikToker is called Wade Wilson 6. I think this is where, hold on. No, that's not I want to give the proper shout out. So I did get some from them, but the other one was, what is it called? Save Wade, maybe? I don't see him anymore. I wonder if their channel got taken down. I downloaded him, so I have them, but the one that has like some of the video, oh, here it is. It's called Wade's World. Wade's World, okay? So here, let me share my screen. Actually, let me just share my files because I downloaded it. Hey, Casey, Mark, Moira. All right. Here's one of them that has a minute.
$100 bucks. I've accomplished. Just spent $100 bucks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, turn up.
You're welcome.
Turn up.
You're welcome. Hey, you're out. You're on fucking. You're in fucking.
You're out. I've accomplished.
So that's one. Let me just play a couple of these just to. There's another one where he's talking about like is it this one? Hold on. Yeah, this one. This is him.
Oh, one day later. Oh yeah, toodaloo.
Hi, Sarah.
Motherfucker.
I think that's Mila. Isn't that sound like Mila in the background? Toodaloo, mother. Here, let's play it again. I think it sounds like her. Let me know what you guys think.
Oh, one day later. Oh yeah, toodaloo.
Toodaloo, motherfucker.
So yeah. You think that's her? I think it is.
Oh, one day later. Oh yeah, toodaloo.
Toodaloo, motherfucker.
Okay. And then hold on, let me just play a couple more so I get some of these played that I wanted to play. So oh, that's the one I just played. Oh, the other one's a news one, so I'll play that later. Okay, let's read a letter real quick. Then we'll play more videos. We'll do letter number 4, but I have it labeled as 3. So this one. How's everybody doing this Thursday? Thursday. This Thursday, who's in the house? We got Stacy. Hey, Thomas. Hey, Sarah. Cool Gamer 2. Lori. Jordan. Cassie. All right. Letter number 3. Here we go. Ooh, this one might be hard. I might have to skip this one because look how light it is. Let me see if I could read it. Whoa. Let's see. Dear Honorable Judge. So this was written, well, it was filed 7/30, July 30th. Yeah, let's see. I have written before. I just am begging you to not give Wade Wilson the death penalty. Taking his life is not the answer. He will suffer enough being in his own mind in prison. I went to school with a man who went down a rough path and got into heavy drugs. As a result, he ended up killing another person. It was allowed to go to prison. He was allowed to go to prison instead of being executed. And he took his time in jail to realize the severity of what he had done. He did nothing but read self-help books and the Bible. He completely changed, and as a result, was allowed his freedom. He now is a father and a husband and does public speaking to help youth not make the same mistakes. He is forever remorseful. If he was sentenced to death, he would never had time to seek redemption and grow. Taking Wade's life isn't the answer, and both execution methods in Florida are inhumane and often go wrong, making the inmate suffer even more. Oh, poor Wade. He's going to have to suffer a little bit before he dies, like his victims. Poor guy. Oh, poor guy. Your Honor, please, please, please don't have Wade killed. He is not the monster he's depicted to be. I know Wade, and he is a kind-hearted guy who just loves to laugh and be silly. He's very misunderstood. And he may come off like he has a tough exterior, but inside he's a little boy who just wants people to dare to care. He has made mistakes in life, and we're all sinners, as it states in the Bible. But God does not want people to suffer or to be tortured. The death penalty is something he does not deserve. Wade is a young man with his life ahead of him. Well, Christine and Diane were young women with their lives ahead of them too, right? I mean, he's not. The thing is the reason you think he's such a nice man is because he's a good manipulator. He mimics. I'm sorry, this guy is a psychopath. He doesn't care. It's all fake. There's nothing that's ever going to convince me that he actually really cares for anybody but himself. He doesn't. He can't. He's just limited. He can't. So I'm sorry. Of course he could fool people. They're good at it. So of course you think, oh, he's cute. He's charming. He makes me laugh. Oh, look how sweet he is. You think Christine or Diane thought he was sweet? Even Mila? I mean, she's just something going on with her where she's thinks she doesn't deserve any better than these creeps, but he treated her like crap too. Please allow him to continue living, even if it's behind bars in prison. He doesn't deserve electrocution or the slow, agonizing death being injected with horrific substances. If he is sentenced to death, I will never be okay. It doesn't just take Wade's life. It ruins everyone's who loves Wade. Wade's lives. The people who care about him and know the beautiful mind soul he is. I started a petition as of today, has 7,000 signatures and is rapidly growing. Another person in the UK started that is really 10,000 signatures. The petition are to stop Wade Wilson from the death penalty. More people want Wade's life spared than people who want him executed. I fear that because of all the outlandish slander being said about him, and because it's a high profile case, he is going to be used as an example, because you may feel that the general public wants him to die. That is simply not the case. I watched the entire case. I can tell you are a kind man, and I believe in my heart you don't want this young man to suffer the torture of death. I beg of you, Your Honor, have mercy. Please don't have Wade killed. I promise you there is so much good in him. He shouldn't be put to death. It's inhumane, and people who have killed children and wives had cold, calculated murders. They have done what they have done and don't ever get sentenced to death. They are allowed to live in prison where they can seek mental help and grow. People can change, and although Wade hides his emotions, no, he doesn't hide them. He doesn't have any. He fakes them, is what he does. He feels everything so intensely. He is good. He's a good man. He is not who he was when he was 25 years old. A kid whose mind was constantly altered from drugs. He just wants the chance to show people the good-hearted person he is. I know if he is sentenced to death, I don't want to exist. I know if he is sentenced to death, I don't want to exist in a world where such an inhumane sentencing is given to someone who should be able to keep his heart beating. Yeah, but why don't you talk to Wade about that? Shouldn't those girls been able to keep their heart beating? Wasn't that inhumane? He took 2 people's lives. They deserve to be alive too. I mean, you're not making any sense. God chooses to stop it. There are hundreds of thousands of people who feel the same and beg you to give him prison, not death. I honestly think he should be given a new trial or acquittal. But if it remains between prison or death, please give him prison. I appreciate you. I appreciate your time with this urgent matter. God bless. Please let him live. Life matters. My only prayer and wishes ever is that Wade lives. I pray every day you don't take his life. Sincerely, Brooke the Hicken. Okay, buddy. That makes me mad. Because What about their lives? He took 2 lives, okay? You don't think they deserve to live? I mean, it's just... All right, let's do one more support, and then I'll... This one is filed on 7/30. Dear Honorable Judge, I'm writing you to beg you to please not sentence Wade Wilson to death. I know Wade. He is the kindest, most caring and loving person. He is a young man who loves to giggle and laugh. He puts on a tough exterior, but he's not tough. He's a little boy in a man's body. He wasn't cold at his trial. Yeah, he was. Are you kidding me? He was cold. He was psycho looking at his trial. The way he was glaring at the witnesses and then just almost like trying to give them the look like they're lying and they're full of it, whispering to his lawyer in the middle of their sentences. It was just he was the rudest defendant. He was definitely cold at the trial. He was cocky, cold, arrogant. He was just a jerk. What were they watching? Anyway, in sentencing, he was trying to hide his emotion because if he shows emotion like he wants to, he knows he gets attacked in jail. Oh my God. The footage of his sentence's recommendation is the most heart-wrenching thing I have ever seen. It's a man hyperventilating, struggling to catch his breath. Wade also was not represented by a team who cared to do their job properly, in my opinion. One of the lawyers was caught on camera sleeping and the other laughing as he shuffled through papers because they were not prepared. I honestly think there are too many holes in this case, and most of it was hearsay and slander testimonies, just like his ex, Kelly, who is trying to say things for fame and money. There are a lot of girls saying things that are made up because they were in love with Wade and he didn't choose to stay or be with them. Some women are very spiteful like that. I'm sorry, but trying to get a man's life taken from him over a broken heart is sadistic. But what is what he did? Like, these people are not thinking, they're thinking one-sided. All they care about is from Wade's perspective. Well, what about from the people he killed and the people he abused? What about what he did to them? That's sadistic. Are you kidding me? I also know he's an intimate, I also know he's had intimate messages with some in jail, maybe, I don't know. And they are trying to villainize him. What these girls are not showing is the things that they said to Wade to encourage the intimate talk. A lot of people have outlandish and sexual fantasies that turn them on. It doesn't mean that they are killers. I also think there is nothing wrong with the fact that he has been chatting with people who have written and messaged. This is a man deprived of human contact for years. He is a human being with feelings. He is and has been lonely for years. He knows what awful things people say about him. So, of course, when something of kind messages come in, maybe a pouring of kind messages come in, he's going to want to talk to them. You or I would do the same. Wade has never known what love felt like. Because he doesn't know how to feel it, because he can't feel it. He doesn't have that. He's limited. I'm sorry. He can't give it. He can't receive it. He's just a freaking cold. He has been disappointed by people without proper guidance. His entire life, may not have been on the best path. He may not have been on the best path, but that doesn't mean he's a killer. I believe these people, oh my God, what is that word? Something orchestrated. So they orchestrated the murders and set him up. I think they drugged him and did these things when Wade came to. They told him what he had to say. As far as Mila's testimony, it shouldn't be counted. It's slander or hearsay. I believe Wade should be granted a new trial and or acquittal. But if you are determined to stick one or the other, as far as this might be the same person that we just read the other letter. It sounds kind of the same, huh? Or the other, as far as life in prison with no parole, death. I beg you, Your Honor, please have mercy on this young man. and let him live. Wade is such a beautiful soul, a lost soul filled with pain and sadness. If you believe he is guilty and you want him to suffer, life in prison will accomplish that. Him being in his own mind is torture enough. He can grow in there, even help be an example to others to not take the same path. He has taken fighting evil with evil is never the way. You will be murdering another human. Execution is wrong. Only God knows what's happened. Only God can judge. It should be no one's choice to intentionally murder another human. I say all of this with respect, Your Honor, but I am strongly against the death penalty. And if Wade is sentenced to death, you can just taking his life, but many others, including mine. Many people love and care for Wade because we know the good, kind person he is. It affects thousands of people, not just Wade. If he is sentenced to death, speaking for myself, I will never be okay. This isn't right, and God would never agree with people executing a young 30-year-old boy with his life ahead of him. It's no one's place to stop his heart and take his breath from him. I beg you, Your Honor, to let Wade live. I can't sleep, can't eat, because I am terrified you already have your mind made up. His children are also going to want to speak to their dad. Throughout their lives, regardless of if he is in contact with his mother, my mom was never in my life. As I got older, I was able to talk to her. It made me so happy. Children don't judge their parents. They just want to They just want to something and have relationships with mommy and daddy. Imagine being a child growing up knowing your dad is going to be executed. Imagine the pain and damage it will do to his children. My mom died soon after I was able to talk to her, and trust me, it's affected my entire life. All I want is my mom back and for her to be okay, so I can just talk to her. I would like to tell you a story now. I believe, I just lost my place. Okay, I believe Wade is innocent, but since you seem to believe he's guilty, oh my God, why am I having trouble reading? I went to school with a boy named Robbie. He killed a man while on heavy drugs. He spent many years in prison, finally got out. While in prison, he had time to think about what he had done. He also was a boy who was taught to act tough and show no emotion. He spent his entire time in prison reading the Bible and self-help books. He is now happily married with children and a good Christian man who speaks to people about the dangers of drugs and not taking the same path he did. Wade does not deserve the death penalty. Please have compassion for the lost, hurting soul that he is. Allow him the chance to grow. I beg you, grant him a new trial where he is properly represented and or acquittal. Yeah, this is the same person. It's got to be. Please let Wade live. Please do not take this young man's life from him. There are people who have committed such worse crimes and they don't get the death. I've also done my research and know that there have been 200 people exonerated for being wrongfully accused, 30 in Florida. This is going to be another case of a man sentenced to death, his name cleared after it's too late. Judge Thompson, I know you are a good man with the word, with a kind-hearted heart. Please grant Wade mercy. He is human and we are all sinners. He is not perfect, but he does believe in God. And if you would just allow him to live in prison, I know he will end up being someone who encourages people and kids to take better paths. Also for protection, because he's scared in jail and people jumped him. This is a scared little boy who is crying out for help inside. If you sentence him to death, Your Honor, you're sentencing me and so many others who love and care for Wade to death. Also, he doesn't deserve death. If his heart stops, so do ours. I beg you, let him live. Thank you. Brooke Hickerson. Was the other one Brooke? Yeah, yep, it's the same person. Okay. All right, so actually let me since we was talking about the death sentence, let me bring up this other document real quick. So bar lethal injection. This is 18 pages. I don't know if you guys, I mean, I've looked into the whole lethal injection and stuff, but they're trying to like, this is from his lawyers. Hold on. The motion to bar execution by lethal injection. It says that the preferred method in which Florida state is permitted to carry out a sentence is by lethal injection. That is by intravenous injection of a substance or a substance in a lethal quantity into the body of a person convicted until such a person is dead. Thus, if Wade Wilson is convicted and sentenced, he will face execution by lethal injection. It's unconstitutional and unlawful under state and federal international law. The defendant seeks evidentiary hearings so that he may establish that lethal injection is indeed unconstitutional. Let's see. The infliction of a severe punishment by the state cannot comport with human dignity when it is unnecessary and nothing more than a pointless infliction of suffering. A lingering death, okay. Says a punishment is particularly constitutionally offensive if it involves the foreseeable infliction of suffering. So it's saying death is not extremely rapid, matter of seconds. Rather, inmates are likely to be conscious for anywhere from 15 seconds to 1 minute from the time that the gas strikes their face. And during this period of consciousness, the condemned inmate is likely to suffer intense physical pain from air hunger. Symptoms of air hunger include intense chest pains, acute anxiety, and struggling to breathe. Well, maybe imagine what his victims went through, though. You know what I'm saying? It says, while much of lethal injection process is shrouded in secrecy in the state, the defense has been able to determine that the execution process involves the injection of numerous chemical substances. The first is sodium pentothal, an ultra short acting barbiturate that causes the inmate to go to sleep for a very short time in ordinary doses. Next, the person is executed as administered neuromuscular blocking agent, which paralyzes all skeletal or voluntary muscles, which has no effect whatsoever on awareness, cognition, or sensation. Finally, the condemned is administered an agent actually designed to cause death, potassium chloride, a chemical which causes death by cardiac arrest, an extremely painful process that activates nerve fibers in the veins as the drug proceeds through the prisoner's system and ultimately interferes with the rhythmic contractions of the heart and stops its beating. It says it causes the inmate to suffer excruciatingly painful, protracted death. It says that actual pain and fear being suffered by the execution victim. Or it says it says the sequence of administration of the chemicals and failure to provide professional medical monitoring of the effects of the drugs virtually assure, however, that the actual pain and fear being suffered by the execution victim, the very thing by which a court can judge whether a method of execution transgresses the constitutional standards, will go undetected. Yeah, so they're saying that drug manufacturers warn that without careful medical supervision of dosage and administration, barbiturates like the thiopental sodium can cause paradoxical excitement and can actually heighten sensitivity to pain. They warn against intravenous injection unless a patient is unconscious or otherwise incapacitated. Yeah, so they're saying, I mean, I mean, I have looked into it, and this stuff is, I mean, it is pretty much true from what I've looked into. But I mean, like, you don't think that what they freaking went through was torture and painful? Like, maybe that should be the punishment. Like, you know what I'm saying? He has to go through some pain then, you know? I don't know. Because they're saying, like, he's conscious. There's nothing that's gonna make him unconscious and not feel this pain. And then says he will be forced into a chemical straitjacket with and gag while he consciously experiences the potassium chloride ravaging his internal organs. Persons viewing the lethal injection procedure in the public will never realize that a cruel fraud is being perpetuated upon them. Instead of witnessing an inmate quiet and motionless while being put to sleep, they are in fact witnessing the cover-up of a deliberate act of excruciating torture for which only the inmate is fully conscious. And then the potassium chloride. Says it's a miserable one. Most commonly botched method of execution in the United States. But anyway. But it's like what he did to them, though. That's why it doesn't make... I'm good either way. Like, I don't feel like, oh, this is too much of a punishment for him, but I also don't feel like life in prison. I feel like I'm okay even if with life in prison either way. But I mean, who cares if he has to experience pain? He freaking... Imagine the fear and pain his victims went through, you know? Oh, wait, where did all my other... Oh. Okay. All right, let me see if there's... So remember we were talking about... Hold on a second. So here's the makeup thing. So I don't know why he didn't end up going with the makeup, because look. It even says, defendant's motion to apply facial makeup before trial. Wade Wilson is facing a jury for 2 counts of first-degree murder. A grand theft of a motor vehicle, battery, burglary, and unoccupied dwelling. Wade Wilson has been incarcerated since November 2019. He has numerous and varied tattoos on his face, including stitches, swastikas, and other tattoos that might be objectionable to members of the potential jury pool. He would like to appear presentable to the jury, deciding his guilt or innocence, or whether he lives. Wade is requesting to apply makeup on top of the various tattoos on his face. But I heard that he chose not to do that, right? I was watching, I think it was Court TV or something. They were saying like they okayed it, which I have to find the response. I'm pretty sure they okayed it and he chose not to. Do you guys know anything about that? And it says, jury, just as a defendant's appearance before jury in a jail clothing or restraints is inherently prejudicial, so too is appearing these tattoos would be a denial of equal protection, since defendants who are not in custody can cover them up with makeup or even surgical cover-ups. So he was requesting that. So I don't know why. And then he also has a haircut. So he requested, he respectfully requests honorable judge to allow him to receive a haircut prior to trial, and as a ground, therefore, would state allow. He's goes on about facing the jury trial, and he wants to be presentable. And Wade has enlisted a state licensed barber to provide the haircut in the Lee County jail, subject to the jail security requirements. Counsel will provide a copy of the barber's license. So that's that. And then there's one more he requests. Where is it? Fingerprints. No, there's the one where he requests his clothing, but I don't know where that's at. But here is the neuropsychologist finance. So here's those costs where he requested. So the incurred costs of a neuropsychologist and grounds and support thereof were state. So this is from 524. Okay. So defense counsel. So $3,000. So the total cost is $10,000. So I still don't know if the judge, I'll have to go through there's so many documents. I have to go through more of the responses because I still don't know if they okayed the MRI, you know? All right, so let's watch a couple of videos. We'll go through the rest in a minute. I mean, we'll slowly go through some of the documents. Okay. Hi, Becky. Rachel, what's up? I know, that's weird. I think he shouldn't. Well, he chose to get those tattoos after he was already arrested, like some of those face ones. But I mean, yeah, he ultimately decided as far as what I heard. So, like, why did he change his mind, I wonder? I don't know. I don't think it would have been a bad idea, but I don't think it would have affected the outcome because I mean, I think there's so much evidence that's pointing to his guilt anyway. All right, let's watch a couple videos. Oh, remind me to show you Lorenzo's background search too. I want to show that today. Gotta remember. All right, so we're gonna play. Oh yeah, so I don't know if you guys have probably seen this if you're following this case. So they're talking about that hand signal that when they read the verdict, he did this like little thing like this. I don't know what it means. I don't even know who he looked at, but if you look at the cops, they look over because they see him do that and they look like, I don't know who he's doing that to. Did you guys see that? I think it's this video.
We, the jury, unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Wade Wilson should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find by a vote of 9-3 that Wade Wilson should be sentenced to death.
Thank you. Then we'll be adjourned.
Oh, I missed it. Hold on. I missed it. Hold on. Hold on. I already seen it, but I want to.
Of 9-3 that Wade Wilson should be sentenced to death.
Thank you. Then we'll be adjourned.
I don't know. I don't know if it really means anything, but so, but does that look like, remember they said at his sentencing, well, that was more the verdict. Oh, he was devastated. He could barely breathe. That didn't look like somebody that was upset about the verdict. It looked like a cocky, arrogant jerk that was just acting like he didn't care, you know? You know what I'm saying? Like, what was that person watching? Because sentencing didn't happen. So she had to have meant the verdict, right? That letter we just wrote, she said, oh my God, what did she say? Like, he couldn't breathe. He was trying to catch his breath. And he was so, I forget the word, but like devastated when they read it. No, I didn't see no devastation at all. I saw an arrogant jerk. So I don't know. I don't know what that person was watching. Who was what was I gonna say? Who was he looking at though? I wonder, was he doing that to like the jury? The jury leader, or what do they call that? I can't think of the name, but the one that reads the verdicts. Yeah. I mean, who was up there? Either the judge was up there or the jury, the person reading the verdict. Who else would be up there, right? Hey, Dark Horse, how are you? Sarah, yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I don't mind. Four-person. Thank you. I couldn't think of the word. That's what I was thinking of. Thanks. Four-person. So like, but did you see the cop? Wait, did you guys? Oh, I just exit out of it. But did you see the cops like that were standing there? Like, look. So they saw him do that, and they looked over to see what was going on. Did you guys catch that? It's like, okay. All right. So the next one is. Let me play this. I think this is the interview.
This man, Wade Wilson, is accused of brutally murdering two Cape Coral women, Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz. He's been in jail since 2019 awaiting trial. And recently, he sent us dozens of letters with some wild accusations. Tonight, for the first time ever, and from jail, he's talking, and it's with NBC2 anchor Kyla Gaylor.
These play this. This is the one I already played, right? I already played this yesterday. Right? Is this the same one I played yesterday?
For the first time ever, and from jail, he's talking, and it's with NBC2 anchor Kyla Gaylor.
These are all the letters Wade Wilson has written to NBC2 over the last 6 months. He really wanted to talk with us. I know what you're thinking. Why would we listen to a man accused of some pretty heinous crimes? A man with a long rap sheet at that. Well, we found out he may be involved in even more than we once realized. Wade Wilson had a lot to say in his first and only on-camera interview since he was indicted on murder charges more than 3 years ago. And I had a lot of questions. Did you kill Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
No surprise there, considering he pleaded not guilty. He seemed confident, even smug at times while sporting his orange jumpsuit and new face tattoos.
I'm not a monster. Yeah, I'm not a saint either by any means. I've made bad decisions in the past, of course.
While Wilson is accused of taking 2 lives, he claims to have tipped off investigators about a plot to kill another woman while behind bars. According to an arrest report late last year, Tristan Gendron asked Wilson to help kill the mother of his child, so his domestic abuse charges would be dropped. Wilson couldn't do it himself. He was in jail. But Gendron asked if his crew on the outside could.
He just thought that I was the person to ask for that.
This is a copy of the note Gendron wrote Wilson in jail with details of the hit job. It came with a $200,000 payout. Gendron said the money was in a safe at Gendron's funeral and cremation services in Fort Myers.
People would accept $10,000, $200,000, surely, but I'm not that type of person.
Instead, he reported it to the state attorney's office and became a sworn witness.
I don't know her personally whatsoever from a can of paint, but it doesn't matter. She's a person.
Investigators later found out there was a safe at the funeral home with cash inside, and those security codes in the note were accurate. The funeral director said the murder for hire charges are BS. As you might imagine, anyone tied to Wilson isn't keen on talking. The state attorney's office can't. We don't know all the evidence it has, but it's enough for prosecutors to go for the death penalty.
It doesn't worry me. It worries me only because of the level of corruption around here in Fort Myers that I was involved with.
We learned some of that evidence may include a confession, which Wilson says he was forced to make after he was charged.
When coming to jail, I knew that I had to get something out there as far as a confession because I was told to do that. Otherwise, my parents were going to be harmed. My children were going to be harmed.
Wilson's own father spoke on the record. He told investigators Wilson called him after spending the night with Christine Melton, asking for help. She was a server at a Cape Coral bar. Wilson's father said his son admitted to strangling Melton while she was sleeping and then rolled her up in a carpet. Wilson admits he met Melton at a bar the night before she was found dead and slept at her house, but claims she was alive when he left in her car. He told his dad he then picked up a lady, asked for directions, then choked her and ran her over so many times he made her look like spaghetti.
I was forced. That wasn't a call that I willingly wanted to make.
Investigators say that other woman was mother of two, Diane Ruiz.
But as far as Diane Ruiz, I never ran across her, never seen her, and there's nothing that will say otherwise than that.
Wilson only briefly mentions Ruiz and Melton in his letters, never giving these women the dignity of saying their names, just that he was set up. He talks more often about a high-profile case of another Cape Coral woman, Lauren DeMolo, who hasn't been seen since June of 2020. Wilson admits he is trying to save his life, but it will be up to a jury to figure out fact from fiction.
Are you just trying to discredit the people who are testifying against you at trial?
Absolutely not. No, I'm just trying to tell the truth.
Wilson and I covered a number of topics, more than we had time to show you and more than we could legally air. Overall, it really seemed like he is trying to bring these things up to save his own skin. Wilson's attorney filed a motion earlier this month to remove himself as counsel due to a conflict of interest. He said their relationship was so ruptured they couldn't move forward. I reached out to that attorney a number of times, but I never heard back. Wilson claims he was part of an organized crime ring. And coming up at 11, we'll tell you how that conspiracy also involved Lauren DeMolo, a local spa, and a former sheriff.
I know her family really, really wants to know what happened to her.
And I'll have more.
Oh, this was a different one. Okay, it was the one that they did later, I think. We didn't play this one. All right. Yeah. Okay, good. Oh, I don't blame you, Edith. I'm sorry. Yeah. Hey, Lindsay Lou. Hey, Hussein. Hey, Magpie. Catherine. All right, so let me play another one here. Okay, this one is the one person. Ooh, wait a minute. This is from Fox. See, there's some Fox that copyrights and some don't. I don't know. I'm going to hold off on that one because I don't know which ones are owned by Tribune. So hold on. We're not going to play that one yet. Let me play. All right, 1 second, guys. I'm trying to decide which one to play. Let's play Person of Interest. Yeah, let's play this one. This is a phone call with a reporter that she tapes. Well, he knows that she's recording it. Wait. This is saying... Dang it, no, that is Fox. That's the one I keep going to. Okay, sorry, guys. It's saying something else on the main thing. That's why it keeps confusing me. All right, so let me play. What's this one? See what this one's all about. Then we'll read another letter.
It would cause you just to say, oh, he's guilty, or would you be able to say, I'm going to listen to the evidence and make the state prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt?
Okay, this is a new case here on Court TV, and she's talking about her client's face. Let me show you his face. There he is, Wade Wilson. A lot of face art, including, I think it's on the other side, swastikas there as well. And the longer he's incarcerated, the more artwork he has done on his face. But apparently, this is unbelievable because this is during jury selection. He had won a motion to get makeup to cover it up. You know, a little concealer, a nice foundation, maybe some primer, and then you'd put some powder. You know, you could cover that up, I guess, to a certain extent. But he's just going on natural during jury selection. Julie Grant has the rest of the story for us tonight.
43-year-old Diane Ruiz and 35-year-old Christine Melton were both strangled to death in 2019. Investigators say Wade Wilson murdered both women.
Very early on, our detectives identified Wade Wilson as a person of interest.
Police believe Wilson met Melton at a bar. Her body was found in her home on October 7th. Wilson allegedly killed her and drove to meet his then girlfriend in Melton's car. The couple got into a fight and he allegedly dragged and punched her in the face. Also on October 7th, Ruiz went missing while walking to her job. The next day, Wilson was arrested for the battery of his girlfriend. Days later, Ruiz's body was found in a field. Wilson was quickly identified as a person of interest. He was indicted by a grand jury on November 19th, 2019. He was charged with first-degree murder. He has pleaded not guilty.
I did not commit these murders, and I'm innocent.
Wilson allegedly confessed to the murders multiple times, but he denies any involvement when he did a jailhouse interview with Fort Myers news station WBBH.
Did you kill Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm not a monster. Yeah, I'm not a saint either. By any means, I've made bad decisions in the past, of course.
There is no known connection between Ruiz and Melton. Those who knew and loved them say they just want justice. WBBH spoke to Ruiz's boyfriend.
I want to remember her the way I have her right here.
What does that look like?
Heaven. I hope he rots in hell.
If convicted, Wade Wilson could face the death penalty.
A couple of things that he said really struck me. I've made some bad decisions. I'm not a monster. Well, jury selection continuing on Thursday. Opening statements are expected on Monday. Of course, your front row seat to justice will be all over this case as well. Let's bring back in our think tank. Daryl Cohen, Meg Strickler, Dave Schnipper still with us. So have you ever dealt with this issue before with a client who has some face art?
Well, actually, it's my understanding that he has a great deal of money invested in Sherwin-Williams. He has a lot of stock because he doesn't, regular makeup's not going to get it. He needs to have paint. Yes, actually, I represented a guy by the name of Gunplay who had exactly this, not the same charges because he's a nicer guy, but he had tattoos everywhere.
And did the jury see them?
He didn't go to trial because his lawyer, speaking now, said, because when a jury...
I don't know which would be worse, the tattoos or state versus gunplay, right?
Know the name, yeah.
That could be a problem.
But you do dress your client up to look politically correct. So you have them have their hair, either shave if it's a guy.
Well, you don't want to shave his head because then you reveal another swastika.
But with him, he's got too much going on. There's not enough makeup. I kind of agree with Daryl that
I don't think he wore any.
But he's doing this on purpose because he's getting more tattoos every day as he behind bars. Now he's not the Wade Wilson who was your purple tie Minnesota quarterback.
No.
The Vikings in the 80s, great fantasy football quarterback, same name, may he rest in peace. But he's getting swastikas and more tatted up, knowing that he's potentially going to go to trial. So obviously, if there's intent, he's doing this on purpose. He's crazy. He's just whacked out.
So what is what does the jury do with it? What do you say to the jury? Like you're saying you're not going to hold it against him, but like you're going to look at this guy every day. What are you going to do?
You have to take the worst part and throw it in the jury's face early. You have to say, he looks terrible. I give you that. He acts terrible, obviously, because he painted his face. I give you that. That doesn't mean the evidence should be held against him unless it is against him. You cannot convict him based on the way he looks or doesn't look.
But it's a step further because he's got a big swastika here and a swastika here. So you have to even go further about that. And like Daryl said, get out in the open with it. Look, the swastikas is a horrible, disgusting thing. But that has nothing to do with what he's being charged with. You have to base it on the evidence. Hear the evidence. But like Daryl said, get in front of it and throw it out there and try to somehow just put it to the side. And though it's impossible, that's all you can do.
Unsuccessfully.
You can't hide it, so you might as well.
How about him testifying or speaking at any point? No. This is a death penalty case.
No.
2 victims. He's talking to the media. He's very very clear about. It's not that they can't prove it. It's I am innocent.
But he gave statements.
He confessed. So doesn't he have to explain those confessions?
It depends on what the confessions are. Let's pretend the confessions, they extrapolate certain words, and that's what the prosecution calls a confession. That does happen. Then I'd have my client potentially testify. It depends on his personality, because his view, looking at him is not a good chance of success. But maybe he's erudite. You don't know.
And what's it like to represent someone like this?
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't.
Very simple. But you also want to know as to the interrogation. Was this a 5, a 10-minute, a 10-hour interrogation?
Sure.
When did he confess? Was he under 10 hours of I need
food,
coffee?
no drink.
Are
No.
jurors open to that concept of a false confession?
100%. 100%.
But I think he told other people that he did it, not confessed to like law enforcement, but he made statements to other people before he was arrested. And obviously that's a big problem because that's
Huge problem.
Right.
Yeah,
Huge problem.
That's going to come in.
Now, if in fact, all this is happening while he's behind bars, right? So he's locked up for what is going on behind bars? How are people getting tattoos behind bars, by the way?
Are you
They can
kidding?
get
How does
their
that happen?
haircut, They can get their
Easy.
cell phone. They can
Creativity.
smoke marijuana. I mean, come on now. They have everything in there.
We have
Do you
all
need
sorts of
needles for
artists.
tattoo? I've never gotten a tattoo.
I
don't
haven't
know.
either, nor will I, at least not knowingly. But I've been tattooed from time to time, but that's another story. You can get a tattoo without the needles, and it happens all of the time. Go to the Fulton County Jail, and you will see people that didn't have.
I will not be going to the jail, Daryl. I'm
Take a
very
visit.
comfortable here on this couch.
I mean,
but-
things are smuggled in jails all the time, and a lot of law enforcement officials work in jail. They're getting paid under the table. There's a lot of crookedness there, gangs in jail. So it's a whole other system in jail. So I mean,
So I will not go there. I am not.
And if they get tattooed, who cares?
Exactly.
They just make themselves.
He's going to
look
be there
worse.
for a while, I believe, if the evidence pans
before
out.
the trial starts.
Daryl Cohen, Meg Strickler, David Schnipper, great to have you all here with me.
thank you for.
Oh, shoot. Okay, sorry. I was trying to get some of this stuff ready here. Hold on one second. Shoot. It's caught me. Where's Melissa's? Here it is. Okay. I'm trying to get these background. I was trying to redact some address and stuff real quick. Hold on one second. Didn't have quite enough time. Let me play another video while I'm finishing up, and then we'll go through the records. So I was able to just look. So that Lorenzo and that Del Vecchio, that person Jennifer was talking about, that she said he was married. She was married to Melissa Mila. I don't know if they're married, but they are connected. They come up on each other's background ports, and they do have the same address. So I mean, maybe they were right about that. At least maybe they're together. So let me play another video, and I'm going to finish getting that ready. And then let's see, what do I play? What do you guys want to watch now? Let's do, oh, now I got to wait till I'm able to. Hold on one second. Oh yeah, so here's the one where they talk about the makeup. But is this? Yeah, let me just play this real quick so it'll give me time to get the other documents. It's another court TV.
Crime jury selections underway in the strangled women murder trial for defendant Wade Wilson. The defense team is asking potential jurors an interesting question.
Is there anything about his face that would cause you just to say, oh, he's guilty? Or would you be able to say, I'm going to listen to the evidence and make the state prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt?
As you can see, Mr. Wilson has numerous facial tattoos, and he's asked the court to be able to get a haircut, have a suit brought in for him, and makeup brought in to cover up the tattoos. But as you can see, while he's got the suit, he doesn't appear to be using the makeup. We can still see all the tattoos. Now, Wilson is accused of murdering 2 women. Here are the victims here: Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz. He's also accused of some other crimes. These Florida women were living in the Cape Coral area. They were killed back in 2019, and Wilson is now headed to trial. So we're wondering, Could all those facial tattoos potentially influence the jury? Let's bring in our guest and talk about it. In the studio with me, psychologist Dr. Sue Kornbluth, joining us remotely, criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Franz Borghardt, and celebrity attorney John Phillips. Great to see you all. Okay, what might the jury be thinking if they see the tattoos? That is the question. Dr. Sue, our psychology expert, let me start with you, please.
Oh, Jolie, here we are again, tattoos all over the face. We've seen this in other defendants before. Having these tattoos on their face, I think, is going to affect the jury in negative ways. A lot of these tattoos that he has are hate tattoos, and a jury is not going to look fondly upon that. In fact, I think it's going to impact him in extremely negative ways.
Right. A hate tattoo. I'm glad you pointed that out, Dr. Sue. And I'm not sure where it is on his face because there's a lot of tattoos on his face, but apparently there's a swastika somewhere on his face. I'm not sure which side, but perhaps if you look long enough, you'll see it. There it is. Looks under his eye. It looks like it's under his right eye. Okay, so we're looking. There it is. If you look closely, that's not good. I can see why the attorneys are concerned here. John Phillips, let me go to you next. Your thoughts on this?
I have court this morning, so I couldn't do better than this. I love court TV tattoo under my right eye, you know.
That would be great. That's an acceptable tattoo, John Phillips. We love that.
It's ultimately the court's discretion. I've seen cases where, they have up to $125 a day for a cosmetologist to cover them up. I'd argue it doesn't fall under more prejudicial than probative or some of the things used to keep out evidence because it's not evidence. And that's a lot to cover up and certainly would be excruciatingly expensive for taxpayers to try to remove them. And sometimes it depends on when the tattoo was acquired. Sometimes they acquire them in jail, and sometimes, not necessarily here, they're evidence of the crime, like a swastika in a hate crime sometimes shows, kind of motive and intent. So it's a tough case, ultimately under the discretion of the judge.
Great points, John. Great points. And depending on the type of makeup you have, it may or may not cover it up. I would think he would need some professional makeup artist or somebody to cover all that up because that is a lot and it can be distracting. Last but certainly not least, Franz Borghardt, wants you to weigh in.
So here's the thing. The defense attorney is doing the right thing. If you're not going to have it covered up with makeup, you've got to get in front of it. You've got to tell the jury during jury selection, look, all due respect to my client, he's got a whole bunch of tattoos on his face. And while we're not supposed to judge a book by its cover, we do it every single day, right? And so I need to know, ladies and gentlemen, potential ladies and gentlemen of the jury, does the fact that my client have a whole bunch of tattoos, including a hate tattoo on his face, is that going to change anything? Is that going to move anything? Now, there's a better way of doing what I just did, Julie, to be sure. But by getting in front of it, at least she protects the record. She can have an honest conversation. I've done it before to where I even said, look, when I first met my client and I saw these tattoos, I thought, yep, looks like the kind of person that would do this kind of crime. Great.
Perception.
Yeah, perception is everything. Dr. Sue, go ahead.
I was just thinking as my colleagues were speaking that perception is everything. That's how our minds work. So when they're seeing all these tattoos, they are making judgments. We cannot stop ourselves from making judgments unless we work on that, which most people don't do, Julie.
Self-reflect and work on being non-judgmental. Yeah, that's true, Dr. Sue. I'm with you on that. Some good advice for everybody, right? And let's look at some past Court TV cases, because this one has many of our wonderful viewers talking, and those of us at Court TV were thinking about some other cases where we've wondered if they would be distracting for the jury with these defendants. We've got Christopher McNabb. Those of you, Courties, who I love so much, you were there from day one with us. His trial was the first one we broadcast when we relaunched in May of 2019. He was convicted of murder for the death of his baby Kalia, and sentenced to life in prison. And then we've got Andre Warner. He's on death row right now in Florida, convicted of murder. And then more recently, Adam Montgomery, remember him, 40 years he's serving for killing his daughter Harmony. And he's got the teardrop under his eye. And those of us who worked in the criminal justice system, you encounter some people who get those tattoos because they want to brag that they've got a body or two bodies under them, and some that just get it just to look like they're hard and have killed somebody before. John Phillips, want to go back to you, please. Advice you would give to this guy. Let's say he was your client and he comes in and he's like, help me out, John Phillips. How do you tackle all the issues going on with this guy and his appearance?
It's tough, and where's the line, right? So we know that a criminal defendant doesn't have to sit there in an orange or whatever color jumpsuit. You get a suit, right? But what if they want an Armani suit? Well, it depends. They got to pay for that. And here you do what you can to clean up and try to, present somebody that's as non-judged as possible. But a lot of it, you just got to argue in voir dire. You just got to, push that jury to not judge, your client based upon some, appearance. Let the evidence be what causes the conviction or acquittal.
Right. I'm glad you said that, John, about voir dire. During the jury selection process, what you ask is key. Franz, final word to you. To that point, they're still in the jury selection. What would you be thinking about if Mr. Wilson is your client and you were trying to get the best possible unbiased jury for him?
I think you just got to lean into the fact that we, like it was said, that we all judge based on perception. And it's okay to do that. It just may not be okay for you to sit on a jury if that's going to be, what you do in this case. The other piece is he looks like a DC comic villain right now. He's wearing a purple jacket. I mean, I would change the colors. I would definitely change the color scheme up because he's dressing the role right now, right?
Yeah, Dr. Seuss doing the Joker. Yes. I know we both all got the Joker image when you said that, Franz. Yep. Yeah, you're right. That is not a preferable suit, right? Because even clothing's distracting in the courtroom. We all know that. I mean, oh my, we could go on and on. We've got to leave it there. We're out of time. Oh my gosh, we got to say goodbye to our friend John Phillips. Thank you so much for weighing in. We got.
Okay. So let's go through. Gotta have so many pages pulled up here. So much on what is it called? Adobe. Okay. So let's go through. So we got Lorenzo. So supposedly, I don't know for sure, that Jennifer said that Mila was married to Lorenzo. I'm going to try to figure that out next for the next thing. If they're married, they do have, I redacted the address, but I looked at them and they do have the same address. Two of the same addresses listed. They do come connected, when they put like family members or friends, people that are connected or whatever. He comes up under her, she comes up under him. Not sure. That one person, like I said they were married. So this is that Lorenzo. He has some offenses. He is a SO offender. So that was correct. Here, let me make this a little bit bigger. So we'll just go through some of his things. So this possibly might be Mila's new husband. I don't know. Or maybe she's with him. Which I don't know. I mean, I guess it's not that important to go through it, but I just wanted to check it because of what that girl was saying yesterday. So we have speed, driving while under the influence, offense with a minor. So sexual intercourse with a minor right here. He was 35 at the time that happened. Guilty. It was in conviction date is 2003. Then we have probation violation, transportation hold. What else do we got? That one. Theft. Possession of a controlled substance, which is a felony. Fourth degree felony. And then just like traffic stuff. Okay, so then I looked up Mila. Oh gosh, that didn't update. Hold on one second. Why didn't that save? Hold on, give me 1 minute. It's not letting me save it. That's weird. Oh well. Oh. I don't know. I'll just scroll down. Okay. Sorry, it's not letting me do it for some reason. Okay. So we have Mila has driving while under the influence. That was January 2024 offense date. We have another. No, that's the same one. DUI. And then damage to property of a person of another. So I don't know if she got in a wreck or something with DUI. I don't know. And then we have leave the scene of a crash. So the in October 9th. Oh, this is the him. Right? Why is it under hers? That's the date of the freaking murder. Or the day after. No, that would be the 7th. Never mind. Remember when the car rolled back, but that would have been a different car. Never mind. Okay. So wait, this would have been 2 days. So the murders were October 7th and her assault was October 7th. 2 days later, she had a charge of leaving the scene of an accident. That's interesting. Huh. That's very interesting. Anyway, but yeah, that would have been 2 days after. And then we have, what's this? Infraction, misdemeanor. I don't know what that is. Sometimes these background searches, they don't give you too many details. I have to go to the court. But sometimes you can't find it on it depending. But so yeah, we have some offense. What is this? Misdemeanor. Hold on. Criminal. It is a criminal. Infraction. Operate motor vehicle. Tags expired. Non-res or second. I don't know if this is a criminal though. Huh. And then yeah, so she has quite a little history too, a little bit. Which I'm not judging. I'm just saying she's been. I would like to know what those criminal ones. I couldn't. It said criminal. I don't know. It didn't say what it was. Now this is traffic. Yeah, I'd have to look up all this stuff, what exactly it is. Improper driving. And then it goes on to somebody that could be her, but I don't like to do those ones because unless I know that it is, they always do the ones that could be her, but they'll either have like a different name or birthday. So I'm not even going to go over those ones, but these are the ones that match up. So yeah, improper driving. Okay. Then we have, is this the one? This is old picture, but this is his biological father. Because I do also have, the adoptive father right here too. Okay. So the biological father, Stephen, the one that he met up with, when he was 18, this is his background. So he has driving, charges filed, crossing driving median strip or marked divider of highway. Vehicle theft, criminal felony. Don't know the details. They don't give too many details on these things. Grand theft auto. So this was 96. So wait, Wade was born in 94. So this would be 2 years after Wade was born. So this means that he was only like 17 or 18. Oh, 18. Offense at the age at the time, 18. So wow, yeah, he was vehicle theft, grand theft auto, dealing stolen property. Now this was 2017. Trafficking, dealing stolen property. Burglary of a conveyance, felony 3rd degree. Providing false ID to law enforcement, it's a misdemeanor. It's in 2017. It looks like you got a lot of 2017. Burglary of a structure, felony 3rd degree. We got grand theft 3rd degree motor vehicle. That was only, oh, this is felony 3rd degree. Grade of offense misdemeanor. I don't know. Given false verification of ownership when conducting transaction. Is this interesting to you guys or no? Like to learn the backgrounds of the people, family or friends, or no? Just so I know for future. I always like to, I don't know. I like to know just to kind of see. Okay, so then we have grand theft. This is 96. That's that same one. 94. So he was born, what was it, May? When was May? So this would have been, yeah, after he was born. Guilty, it doesn't say what it is. Okay, cool. And then we have burglary of a structure, that's 95. 2003 is theft of a motor vehicle. Dealing stolen property was 2003. Burglary of a dwelling, grand theft, 2003. 2001 is resisting arrest or detention. Robbery, 2001, of less than 300. 95 is burglary of a structure. 2001 is grand theft 3rd degree. Some of these are repeats, you know, they'll say them more than once because there'll be different counts and stuff. And then we have resist officer without violation. That's 2018. Stolen property, 2018. False verification owner, 2018. And then less likely traffic or less likely criminal or traffic are these next ones. You have, well, that's felony. What is it? I don't know what that is. I have to look at flee, Leo, speed, grand theft motor. That's probably that same one. But he had a few of those because he had one like in 2001, 96 was it? Now 2003. 96, he has extortion. 95, he has Berg something structure. I don't know. Felony, dealing in stolen property. That's 2017. Here's an old picture of him. Mugshot. All right. And then let's do now this is the adoptive dad. So now Candace, the adoptive mother, doesn't have a criminal record, at least on this background search. She didn't have anything. She came up, but there was no criminal record. So I didn't download hers, but Steven, his adoptive dad, does. So his offenses are, so both of them are Steven, guys. So his biological father is Stephen, and the guy that adopted him is Stephen. So just so you guys aren't confused. So this is the adoptive dad. Okay. So in 2007, what does he have? I don't know. I don't know what that is. Failure to display registration. Then we have failure. Yeah, it's the same thing. Wait a minute. Why is that not? Hold on one second, guys. That didn't save. Give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Some of these didn't save for like redacting the addresses. Just give me 1 minute. Just so I could scroll and I don't got to worry about that. Okay. Let me save it. All right. Okay, let's go back now. Why aren't they saving? Wait, they're not. And that's making me mad. Hold on. Oh, well. I'll just try to. Okay, so the next one is driving while under the influence of alcohol or drugs. So that was in 2004. So Wade would have been, so he was born in 94. So he would have been like 10 years old when that happened. And then we have, I don't know what this is. It's 2001 infraction. And that's it. So he doesn't have like a ton of stuff. So just a DUI. I mean, as far as this, now some of these background searches, they don't get everything, you know, so he could have more, but that's about all. Just a DUI, it looks like. And then what was the other one? Infraction, whatever that was. And then this failure to explain possession. Failure, and also failed to use due care, whatever that is. Special hazards. Okay. And then failure to display registration. So not bad. I don't know why this is making me mad that those aren't saving. They're not redacting. All right. Now let's do. I'm going to pull up another thing here. Let's do. Do you guys want to read the incident report for Wade selling drugs in prison? Remember, or in jail? Remember, they said he was his charge. He got charged, and then they escaped. I have the report for both of them. Which one you guys want to do first? Hi, Marsha. Hi, KFC. Hey, Steph. Hey, Bella Blaze. Bella Blaze. Bella Blaze. Put it in. What do you guys want to do? Well, let's do the escape first, because I think that happened first. You guys want to read the incident report for the escape? Okay, that's what we're going to do. All right, so remember he tried to escape. So here's the report for that. All righty, so this was September 30th of what year? Hold on. Where's the year? It was like 3 years ago or something, right? Oh, 2020. Okay, 4 years. So on September 31st, 2020, Deputy Lehman with the Lee County Sheriff's Office Road Patrol Division responded to the address in Fort Myers, Florida, in reference to a planned escape from the core jail facility. Upon arrival, Deputy Lehman made contact with jail personnel who advised they received information from inmate white male Vladimir Nunez, born 8/2/81, who is advised he has information about a possible escape attempt that is set to occur tonight, 9/30/2020, or tomorrow night, 10/1/2020. Nunez advised corrections deputies that his roommate, white male Lauren Curtis Sawyer, born 5/19/1975, received a note advising the following, not verbatim, that he is on death row for 2 murders, he doesn't know anyone, and needs a ride out of here. He wanted a ride set up today or tomorrow at 1 or 2 a.m. to pick him up at the above location. The letter was addressed to Curtis. According to Nunez, the letter was believed to have been written by white male Wade Wilson, born 5/2/94, who signed his name at the bottom of it. Nunez believes Wilson and Sawyer are related via a gang affiliation. Wait, hold on, I want to see something really quick. Okay. Possibly a white supremacy gang known as the Unforgiven. Deputy Lehman viewed the cell where Wilson was housed and observed the stool had been removed from the floor and the window appeared to be tampered with in a way so as to remove the window pane. Note, blank, a white male born on blank, is Wilson's cellmate, and Dustin Daniels, a white male born on 11/1/1983, is cellmates with Sawyer. CID Detective Scott Hill responded to assume the investigation. Sergeant Margrander was on the scene, and Watch Commander Captain Day was notified. All parties were separated pending Detective Hill's arrival. 10/1/20, Detective Hill of the Lee County Sheriff's Office arrived at the Lee County Sheriff's Office core facility. And the core facility is a medium or maximum secure facility that provides housing for inmates. The documented cell where the incident occurred. The only window in the unit was in the midst of being removed. The metal frame holding the window was removed, and the window itself, which is a thick security glass, had several cracks in it, and photographs will be included in the final case report. A metal stool was previously bolted to the concrete floor, had been pried off the floor. So they interviewed Nunez and Dustin Daniels and Lauren Curtis. All 3 witnesses were housed, which is below the listed suspects unit. Audio statements were completed with all 3 witnesses. In part, all statements were similar in nature. Earlier in the day, an unknown person slid a note under the door of their cell. The note was a yellow piece of legal-sized paper. The letter addressed to Curtis was a request for him to provide transportation after the author planned breakout from the jail facility tonight or tomorrow. The author references facing murder charges. This is consistent with inmate Wade Stephen Wilson's current charges. The witness stated that after receiving the note, they heard Wilson, recognized his voice, ask if Curtis received his note. The verbal interaction took place through the AC vents of the facility. The witness stated that they could also hear pounding noises coming from the upstairs cell for days. After receiving the note, inmate Nunez reported it to the corrections staff. And then Detective Hill attempted to conduct interviews with Wade and Blank, but both refused to make a statement. Wilson and Blank occupied his cell I-12 together. Based on the information provided, by all parties, the witnesses hearing the pounding sound of the unit above them, the verbal interaction with suspect Wilson to the witness, is asking if Curtis received a note, the damages to the cell consistent with an attempted escape, along with the written letter that was consistent with the crime scene. It was found that Wade Wilson, a white male, The occupant of cell I-12 was attempting to escape the Lee County Core facility. Both Wilson and Blank are currently listed as inmates, sharing the same unit of the Lee County Sheriff's Office. And based on Wilson's actions, it is believed that he was a primary planner and initiator in the attempted escape. Wilson is therefore charged with FSS, escape from the detention facility, criminal mischief over $1,000 fine, looks like. Being in the fact that the cell unit is roughly 10 by 10, it was found to be impossible that Blank did not have knowledge, failed to report, and or take part in the escape attempt. The damage to the cell reportedly occurred over several days. There is no information that Blank attempted to alert jail staff. Therefore, inmate Blank was charged with aiding the attempted escape and criminal mischief. Dang. Well. All right. Now, let's play another video. Hey, Stella. Any requests on what you got? I mean, so I have letters, I have documents. Any requests on what you guys want? Is any of this stuff interesting to you? All right, let me play another video. Another video. I'm gonna play this video. So it's a video of a channel, and then they play like a part of that jumpsuit Pablo guy's video. It's about like supposedly this Wade hired that guy from the Deadliest Catch, Eric, Eric hired Wade to kill somebody for him, supposedly. So that's what this is about. Let me find here. Find the right one. Where did we need? Here it is. I think this is the one. Oh no, this is the wrong one. Hold on one second, guys. I clicked on the wrong one. It's this one. Okay. I just got to find. So it's the channel is, hold on, let me share my screen real quick. We're not going to watch all of it. So I'm going to find some of the highlights here. So the channel is Strange Embers Podcast. Okay. How's chat doing? Oh, thanks, Alsane. Oh, cool. Let me know. Yeah. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. Like I said, I'm not going to play it all.
Follow up a house fire that's involved with that as well.
Oh, and there's also the fires. Like supposedly, I think it was Kelly's house caught. There's like two fires, and they think like he could have been involved with that too. I forgot about that, but I don't want to watch this whole thing. I wish I would have timestamped like some highlights here.
Since the time of when we talked about that, did some.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to click on that.
Thing you think it's pretty bizarre, you find something else that's even more bizarre, and it's like a snowball and butterfly effect, one after another.
No,
hold on, I'm going to start at the beginning.
We're going to come back today with a follow-up episode to the Wade Wilson case that we talked about. Since the time of when we talked about that, did some more digging, some more research. We have had a text interview with Kelly Matthews, had some follow-up questions to.
So Kelly is Wade's ex that he freaking, and we're going to watch her. We got to watch that too, Sarah. Still that one you sent me. She was on that Court TV one where he's the one that like he tied her up and art her. And she had bruises on her and stuff. That's who he's talking about when they say Kelly. Okay. Would you guys mind if I put some of this on double speed? Are you guys able to follow it just so we could get through? Like we could watch a little bit more of it, or at least like let's do 1.5 speed.
Things that Jumpsuit Pablo, he had a text message with her as well, and kind of got some a little bit of follow up answers to some of the things that he asked that I was curious of. Also, we're going to go into some of those things, some mug shots. This whole entire thing is just littered with everybody that's involved with this case. Just as we got a cast from Grand Theft Auto 5, I think.
It's when you find one thing you think it's pretty bizarre, you find something else that's even more bizarre, and it's like a snowball and butterfly effect, one after another after another.
No, it really is. We're going to discuss some of the things in here this time. Of Wade had said that he's claiming that he was framed. We want to speak to on that a little bit. A house fire that's involved with that as well. So we've got a few topics that we want to cover in this episode today about Wade Wilson.
Oh, dang it. Guess I should have kept that skipped, huh? All right.
Sentencing supposed to have been on July the 23rd, but it has been postponed. Now sentencing will be August the 27th at 2 p.m. now. And as of right now, the judge still has not ruled on the appeal for another trial also, as of the time of us recording this. All right, so we'll just jump into some of the stuff that we found. This might kind of jump back and forth on the timeline of different things we're going to talk about, but we'll get to them one way or the other, right? So first thing, let's jump into, did have a text message interview conversation, whatever you want to call what we had with Kelly Matthews.
I call it an interview.
We asked some, we asked her some questions. Some of it was just, some of the questions were just, I wanted a little more clarification on some of the things. She had a couple interviews, an interview couple, I don't really know for sure, with Jumpsuit Pablo. And I mean, he really did cover a bunch of the things that I wanted to know in his interview, but I wanted a little bit more detail also from the other things that he said. So it'll probably go back and forth a couple of times, but I am, first thing I want to do is I want to cut over to Jumpsuit Pablo, to his channel on YouTube, say it directly, let him directly say what it is, that things that were said. We'll cut back and forth and we'll go to some of the things I've said as well. First thing that we're going to get into is this part right here where he is speaking with, it wasn't a cellmate. He was the guy that was in the jail cell next to Wade.
Two of these, pretty much the same two sources. The guy who was in the cell block with Wade Wilson, who got the tattoos with him, used to work out with him every day, and they used to talk about all this stuff. He claimed that Wade told him he used to be a hitman. And so when I asked about this with his ex-girlfriend, Kelly Matthews, who has been working with me and answering questions, giving me insight and information, she said, no, I don't think Wade was ever a hitman. I don't know anything about that. I think he's full of crap. So I posted this video, and of course, his former cell block fellow inmate messaged me again, and he sent me a very, very long message with a lot of detail. I'll spare you most of it and just kind of sum it up for you. Basically, he's telling me some things that, it might sound kind of off the wall, but let me remind you, this guy and Wade Wilson's ex-girlfriend, Kelly Matthews, they don't know each other. They've never spoken. They don't know each other from a can of paint. They don't even know each other exists. The details he gave when I relayed these, or when I brought this to her, and the matching details that were given, that's when it started to get interesting. So he tells me that Wade Wilson, he definitely slid some paperwork under his door just about his whole, all the evidence the state had against him for these, for what he was in there for, not related to this that I'm about to talk about, but they got very close with each other in that way. He said that with these, the evidence and the papers that were passed under the door, there was something there about a guy who was on The Deadliest Catch. The TV show, if you're not familiar with it, this is what it looks like. It's The Deadliest Catch. And he said there's a guy on there with an anchor tattoo under his eye. And he says that Wade basically was paid by this guy $80,000, and he had that money because he was very well paid by appearing on this TV show from The Deadliest Catch. He paid Wade to murder somebody. That's what this paperwork said that he saw, and it had a picture of him. Okay. But he says that apparently they didn't have enough evidence, and Wade went on to kind of just beat these charges, or these charges got dropped, which is a very common thing. If they don't have enough evidence and you're not ready to just plead guilty, they can't trick you into really just like confessing and incriminating yourself. They'll, after a certain amount of time goes by, these charges may get dropped. And so he says that's pretty much what happened. They didn't have enough on Wade for whoever he allegedly killed, that he was paid to kill by this guy from The Deadliest Catch. And we've identified.
All right. So this part right here, he's talking about, this is Eric. Eric James Brown is his name. So he was a cast member of Deadliest Catch. So whenever I was actually speaking with Kelly, I asked her more about this situation as well. And apparently Wade, in this paperwork, it says that Wade was told people he was paid $80,000 to go kill somebody. Well, when I was talking with Kelly, apparently Wade was telling people at one point in time that he killed Eric. Eric is not dead. And Jumpsuit Pablo says also he tried to contact Eric and Eric didn't respond to him as of that point in time. But I've looked Eric up and Eric is, from what I can tell, Eric seems to be pretty much still alive because he's been active since Wade's been in jail on social media. And Kelly also told me that Eric is still with Sarah. So we'll get into Sarah just a little bit later, but we spoke about her last time. That's who he went to Texas with after him and Kelly broke up. He started seeing Sarah. They went to Texas. Sarah and Wade broke up. Sarah left Wade in Texas and started dating Eric. Her and Eric are still together. So that's where we're at this point in time. We're going to cut back over to Pablo. We're going to let him speak some more.
With her, and I talked to her today, and she says, when I brought this information to her, she says, actually, it's funny you say that. Because she said Wade left her, Kelly, for a girl named Sarah. Sarah then at one point left Wade, probably after Wade got locked up, for a man who is a cast member of the TV show Deadliest Catch. And she sent me a photo of him, and here he is. Do you notice anything? Maybe a tattoo right under that eye? What is that? Let's zoom in. That's an anchor. Mind you, these two people who are giving me this separate information don't know each other. She says, but he's, when we looked into him, and when I say we, I mean me and JD DeLay. JD DeLay actually looked him up and found out this guy has a pretty colorful criminal history. This guy, Eric, from the Deadliest Catch TV show, he even has it in his bio. He's very proud of it. That's his claim to fame. He's been arrested time and time and time and time again for what? Charges related to physical abuse against women that he is dating. And I know this may be a stretch and a reach, but I mean, I'm starting to see how him and Wade probably are in the same kind of social circle. Seems like they both kind of like to do the same type of thing. And it's interesting because his ex-girlfriend goes on to say that, now that she thinks about it, Wade did come home one night with a man's change of clothes from another man, basically, and a bloody crowbar. She says she did ask him, like, what the heck is this? What's going on? And of course, he wouldn't tell her much of anything. All he said is, we need to get rid of this. Take care of it, and gave her the crowbar. And she says she threw the bloody crowbar into the woods. And as far as I know, the police don't know about this, and this never came out. And all I can't help but think, if the police found that and tested it, the blood on it, we might have a whole new murder here. And I understand, again, this is speculation, hearsay, and reach, but I mean, this is how it starts. This is how these conversations get opened and brought to the light. And so that's what I'm bringing to you people.
All right. So now to speak on that, this bloody crowbar is one thing. So while speaking with Kelly, I asked her, could she speak more about this bloody crowbar that he came to her with? He wanted her to get rid of the clothes and the crowbar, and she said she threw the crowbar out. I did ask her about that. If she said she does not know what happened to the clothes. She has no idea about it. She threw the crowbar out. And to that, I did ask her, speaking on that, did you take that information to the police, or has the police questioned you about that? Kelly's response was yes. I told them about it and where it was, and they never looked into it. What are the police doing with this? If this is Wade saying he's a hitman and he's killed somebody and there is a bloody crowbar, then why have the police not? They have a woman that has came to them and said there is this said weapon in the woods. Why have they done nothing with it at all?
So I won't play devil's advocate with you. Just bear with me on this. You'll see where I'm coming from on it.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know if Wade and Kelly had any kind of altercations in the past that the police were, they knew about and everything? And if so, how many times? Because if that's the case, maybe the police are saying, okay, it's whatever. This isn't anything out of the blue with these two. they're chalking it up to being hearsay, or you see where I'm going with that?
Yeah, I know exactly where you're going with that.
Unfortunately, you know just as well as I know that does happen quite a bit on certain things.
And whenever we were having this interview, Scott was not with me at that point. It was just me talking to her. So, I mean, some of these questions he's going to have speaking on this, he wasn't there for the text messages that were being exchanged. So that is a very interesting outlook on it. I still have an open line of communication with Kelly right now. So I might reach out and see what she has to say about that. So to also follow up with what you just said is, even if, let's just say that they had a situation, where police were called once, twice, multiple times, whatever it may be. I know where you're coming from with that. And at a certain point, they're just kind of like this whole, let's say, we might want to.
I can agree with
I'm going
that.
to skip through. I just wanted to.
And he made an offer to make Denise go away. He was involved with a murder trial for Denise Williams, who was convicted of first-degree murder and conspiracy in the death of her husband, Mike Williams, that she plotted with her lover, Brian Winchester, to make it look like a boating accident. When Brian Winchester was in jail with Wade, he brought up to him that he was a hitman, and he made an offer to make Denise go away and make any other witnesses go away for him as well. Winchester told him that he did not believe him and don't speak to him about it again. So there's another instance of where he's been brought up as being a hitman. We're going to go back now to 2015. Wade was arrested on charges of sexual battery and kidnapping after a woman told investigators that he raped her in his SUV after they met at a party in Tallahassee. According to court records, the woman said she and Wilson went to his car to smoke pot before he abruptly turned violent. She said he ordered her to get in the back seat, choked her with both hands around her neck, and repeatedly threatened to shoot her if she didn't obey his commands. He called her a bitch throughout the assault. She reported and made videos of it using her own cell phone. The victim stated after being choked and threatened with a gun, she became extremely scared and feared for her life. The arrest affidavit said that the victim said she went into survival mode and began doing whatever Wilson asked and tried her best not to make him mad. Wilson, however, denied the charges, and a 6-person jury acquitted him at trial. NBC2 News in Fort Myers reported one of Wilson's former girlfriends accused him in January of stealing her laptop and a gun. The following month, she told investigators he kidnapped and raped her, but Wilson and his former girlfriend were under a no-contact court order, and investigators opted not to pursue the rape and kidnapping allegations. He pled guilty in September for pawning stolen property in the same case involving his ex-girlfriend and was given credit for time served and probation. The station also reported that another woman in Lee County accused him of rape and kidnapping, but later decided not to seek charges. Cape Coral and Fort Myers police departments filed battery and burglary charges against Wilson after he allegedly assaulted a woman and broke into an unoccupied home October the 7th. Wilson told a witness he stabbed someone after the assault, according to court records as well. So just about, these are not even going to be exes. This is just somebody he met at a party, but he's choked every one of his exes that's been on there has been choked by him. With that,
pretty much.
Let's talk about choking now. So through looking for more stuff, I did find 2 of Wade Wilson's old Facebook pages. And one of these Facebook pages has where he liked a...
Go ahead, finish it, Brent. Go ahead. Say it. We're all waiting.
BDSM sites is one of the ones that he liked on there.
Okay.
So if anybody did want to go look up the Facebook page, go look up Stephen Francis. STEVENFRANCIS.
That's alias?
I guess so. He had on here, it was Stephen F. Personal Training. He had on here, it was customized one-on-one personal training, meal, and dietary programs. That he was a personal trainer and owner at Stephen F. Training with MMA fighter at LAJME. I don't even know how to say that.
He actually had another alias he went by. I don't know if you knew about. He went by JP. I think is what it was, JP. It might have been something else. Anyway, he went by something else, or he went by another one. Whenever they left the bar that night, you remember when they left the bar, he threw the Hellcat, and he introduced himself as somebody else. So,
okay, so I just wanted you guys to see that one with the Eric, because if you guys watch the new jail call, he mentioned being friends with Eric from the Deadliest Catch. So I want to know more about this whole thing that Kelly, he came home with a crowbar. He was talking about with Kelly, right? That's why I watched that part a few times, because I'm like, he's talking about Kelly, I think. So when he was dating Kelly, Wade comes home with a bloody crowbar and a pair of like men's clothes, right? And she throws the crowbar in the woods, and she doesn't mention that. Like after all this happens, I'm a little bit confused. Like, go get that blood and see whose blood it is. I don't know if it's even true, you know? But yeah. So I don't know. They were talking about Kelly, right? Yeah, Sarah will be the first time I'm taller than. Yeah. I'll be all tall. That's cute though. Shorty. Short. Unsolved for almost. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, I have to look into that. Yeah. Yeah, right. All same. I'd be scared of her too. Because she's 5'2" too. Remember we were surprised how like it was like, wow, she did like I just by like seeing her the body cams and stuff and in trial, she doesn't look that short for some reason. But yeah, so she's 5'2" too. Taylor, I mean. Marsha. Saw what? Yeah. 4'11". Whoa, you're 4'11", Edith. Okay. Yeah, we are. There is a lot of short people here. You're 5 foot, Rachel. Yeah. All right. So what do you guys Shabizzle. Yeah. Yeah, she does. I know. I remember we were just like when I was covering it just what was that a couple months or so ago when we were going through it and we are going through some of the files and I just happened to catch that. I was like 5'2". Whoa. I thought she was like probably like 5'6", 5'7", 5'8" maybe or whatever. You know, I was surprised she doesn't look 5'2" for some reason. 5'8", okay. Don't get master? What do you mean master? Moira? I don't understand what that means. Crazy women. All right, so I am going. The Amazons. Wait, Becky, I'm 5'6" too, so you and I can both see the Amazon. Yeah. All right, sure. Let's continue here. Oh, I want to, let's do this one real quick. Hold on. I want to do the part where the doctor talks. Where is it at? Here it is. Timestamp 3748. All right, 1 second. This is at the trial, and it's Dr. Eisenstein. I think I timestamped it right. 37. Okay. There we go.
Argument is a variation of the facts. We believe that you will come back. You will return the only recommendation that you can once you finish that weighing process, and that would be the recommendation of life in prison where Mr. Wilson will die. Thank you.
And since the case is in the penalty phase, it was up to the defense to present mitigating circumstances that support a sentence to save their client's life. So they called 2 witnesses, a clinical psychologist and forensic psychiatrist, to the stand. Dr. Hyman Eisenstein testified Wilson's mental health and behavior began to change at a young age.
As a result of your conversations with these individuals, did you obtain any background information as to Wade Wilson's progression through life?
Yes.
And what information did you obtain that you felt was useful in reaching your ultimate diagnoses?
Mr. Wilson was adopted by Steve and Candy Wilson almost after birth. Both the older sisters, Wendy and Whitney, are the biological daughters of Steve and Candy Wilson. And through a church gathering, they found out that Mr. Wilson's mother, biological mother, was 14 years old, had mental illness, had medical issues, and was unable to care for Wade Wilson. Shortly thereafter, they adopted him and became part of the family, the unit of the 2 older sisters and Mr. Wade Wilson, the youngest.
In Mr. Wilson's younger years, were there any, did they express any concerns about his mental health, or was he average?
So throughout his younger years up through puberty, he was functioning fine. He was active in sports. He was part of the family.
He went to church.
He went to church on a regular basis. For the most,
How was he as a student?
he was a good student.
All right. What happened after puberty?
So they found that there was a dramatic change that occurred in puberty. His mental health changed. His behavior changed. He became reclusive, paranoid, mood swings, very aberrant behavior. He would sometimes think that there are people aliens out to get him. Very concerned about the family, the parents, and he became very disruptive and very, very difficult to manage.
Did he start experimenting with controlled substances?
Yes.
What type of help did the family try and get for Wade Wilson when they first started noticing these behaviors?
So they tried to get mental health treatment. They sought out psychologists. Mr. Wilson was not cooperative and very difficult in terms of trying to get him the help that they sought. And unfortunately, it was only through the police, when his behavior became destructive, that intervention finally occurred.
There's a terminology in our system called the Baker Act, where people are involuntarily placed in a mental health facility. Was that process utilized for Mr. Wade Wilson?
Yes.
And how old he was when that occurred?
I think he was about 15 or 16, and he was Baker acted.
Did that term of involuntary placement, did that result in any corrective action of his behaviors?
No.
Do you recall reviewing anything else in order to assist you with your ultimate determination and diagnoses.
I did review a letter from Dr. Wilson.
The second defense expert, Dr. Mark Mills, testified Wilson suffered from some kind of psychotic disorder based on Dr. Eisenstein's interview. However, Mills's testing of Wilson delivered invalid results because Wilson exaggerated his symptoms.
Did you have an opportunity to have him perform any testing like Dr. Eisenstein had described?
Yeah, I mean, as a psychiatrist, I don't do a lot of testing, but I was tutored in the administration of various so-called personality tests. I say so-called because although they're called personality tests, the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory and the Personality Assessment Inventory, they're really tests of major mental illness, tests of psychopathology. And I asked Ms. Perez to administer one, to watch him, basically just giving him the piece of paper, say, read the instructions and answer the questions. And she had done that, and I got that score, that test back and scored it. And then I asked him, which he did, to do the personality assessment inventory. So we had two psychological tests which were administered in the presence of either Ms. Perez or myself, and which were subsequently scored.
And what did his scores indicate to you?
His scores indicated that he was non-compliant, that he either, I mean, he answered the questions, that's kind of partial compliance, but that he invalidated each test by exaggerating symptoms that most people do not have, or most people do not have to that same degree. So in effect, he said, wow, I've got every symptom in the book. And of course, every symptom in the book is many too many symptoms. Even people who were seriously ill only have some symptoms.
So did you make any diagnosis or determinations based upon the information that you had?
Yeah, my diagnosis and belief is that Mr. Wilson has some kind of psychotic disorder. Sadly, because he was not particularly forthcoming with me, I can't characterize it very well. Generally, when I testify, I have more information both from the evaluee, both from the defendant in a case like this, and I have more information from prior hospital records, from Baker Act hospitalizations, from other psychiatric hospitalizations, and I can characterize that disorder pretty well. Here we've heard about mood swings that could suggest bipolar disorder. We heard about a diagnosis of schizoaffective disorder in the JO records. There's a good study going back to really my time in medical school called The Stages of Mania, which says 1972 was the date of the study. You can't distinguish acutely between schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and schizoaffective disorder. So I don't know exactly what Mr. Wilson has, but I think it is very significant.
How about the tattoos on his face?
Well, I mean, they're disturbing and they're disfiguring, I think, but I'm an old guy. I mean, there are some people who like skin decoration, but I would say most people would be off-put by those tattoos.
All right. Did you see a picture, booking photo of Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't have any of those tattoos on his face?
None.
But when it came time for the state's expert witness to take the stand, Dr. Michael Herkoff testified Wilson didn't suffer from a psychotic disorder.
Does Mr. Wilson have a long history of substance abuse? Does. Now, when we're talking about substance use, you'd also come up with a slide reflecting your concerns as it relates to Mr. Wilson's seeking a substance, using of substance. Is that right?
Correct.
And why is it a concern to you as it relates to Mr. Wilson's mental health?
Well, because she knows that she first started noticing changes in his behavior around 13. That's in her note. Mr. Wilson, in my interview, told me he was a drug addict since he was 13. As I told you before, parents are oftentimes the last one to know that the kid is using. And so while the mother, I believe that she noticed these behavior changes, and then when he gets into school, he starts getting into trouble. What's he get in trouble for? Selling drugs. I think if you wanted to look at the more logical explanation, is in my professional opinion, is it more likely that this is an emerging schizophrenia or an emerging bipolar disorder, or is this the effects of the drug use? In my professional opinion, you're seeing the effects of the drug use. And the drugs that he used, I mean, talks about cocaine, mushrooms, acid, meth at various points in his life. So that all of these drugs can affect cognitive functioning, mental status, hallucinations, delusions.
Loved ones of Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz would take the stand to testify about Wilson's impact on the loss of their loved ones. Christine Melton's cousin described her as a beautiful person who was treated like garbage in her final moments.
Christine Melton was my best friend and my cousin until October 7th, 2019. It is my task to describe this beautiful human and to somehow capture Christine in a way that 12 strangers and 2 alternates can understand, using only my words. And I will do so sitting no more than 20 feet from the convicted, who beat Christine, murdered Christine, and threw her away like garbage. I hope you will understand this is not the ideal scenario to be sharing personal stories, although you would have loved them. There are no words to describe the absolutely lovely Christine Ann Melton, but I will try. She was precious, not just to me, to everyone who knew her. She was a daughter, a sister, an aunt, a niece, and a cousin. She was loved, and her life had value. Christine was remarkably funny, had a quick wit, and an entirely unique personality. If you were with her, you laughed. We laughed every single day. When you were with her, you felt safe and understood, never judged. She was a relief to your soul just to sit next to her. She had a way about her. Children loved her because Christine was good and they could feel it. She wasn't an aunt. She was the aunt. Christine was the godmother of my son, and it was her greatest honor and one that she deserved. Our children miss her in ways I could never articulate, and it is gut-wrenching to see them so destroyed. They were robbed of her. Christine will never experience motherhood, a role she was born to play. Christine was strong, brave, independent, and loyal. She was the friend you wished you had. She was the friend who got more fired up about your problems than you did. She was fiercely protective and always on your side, even if you were wrong. Christine loved traveling and exploring the world. She would buy plane tickets and figure out the rest later. She loved camping and concerts and Halloween and a themed party of any kind and celebrating life and accomplishments. Christine adored her mother and loved being with her. They were 2 peas in a pod. They were the same and different in all the most beautiful ways. They lived less than 1 block apart in 2019 when this occurred. Every relationship or friendship she had was special because she was part of it. She was a cheerleader to us all. She loved us unconditionally, completely, and with her entire being until October 7th, 2019. Christine's mother has not been at this trial. Once Christine was murdered, she was never the same. How could she be?
Then Diane Ruiz's youngest son would give a heartbreaking testimony about how his mother wasn't there for his accomplishments because of Wilson.
I was forced to move states to better accommodate for what I needed for my education. I moved far away from Florida because I grew up everywhere with my mom just to have her be stripped away on a random weekday. I tried my best to avoid going back. She was really excited for my future because she knew I was going to achieve big things, and I refused to disappoint her, even in death, because it helps me push on every day. I would like to share some achievements I've been able to accomplish. I did 3 years of marching band. We achieved superiors in the Blue Ribbon all throughout high school. My senior year, I achieved my high school's most principal award. Sophomore year, I won my first scholarship based off of my art portfolio. I graduated high school. I got accepted into all the colleges I applied and also received a full ride scholarship from one. My senior year, I received the John Phillips User Award for marching band. I got my driver's license. I received my first car. During COVID, I ran a whole jewelry business for 2 years at 16. I got my first job. I'm getting my first apartment July. I'm a year ahead in my college education, and I have my first internship as a graphic designer. I only listed 13 out of many, both big and small, achievements. All 13 of these achievements my mom didn't get the chance to see me accomplish. My mother will never get the chance to see me get married, get to see me graduate college as a first generation graduate, get to see me get my first real job. During college, I was sent to the ER for the first time. I got into my first car accident, and the only person I wanted to call was my mom, or how she went missing. I trusted my gut so much. Everything told me that she was coming home, and I haven't been able to trust her again. Or how when I was told she was missing while walking home from my bus stop, or how everybody in my town knew that she was dead before me, or how on my 15th birthday I almost killed myself because I couldn't bear the idea without turning 15 without my mom. I lived 5 years without her, and not a single day has gone by where I haven't been able to not think about her. My mother only had love in her heart, only wanted the best for me, and nothing that happened to her was ever deserved, and she just wanted to live a normal life.
As the prosecution gave their final argument to the jurors before they weighed the decision of life or death, the state urged the jurors to consider
mute. Oh my god, I'm on mute. Thanks. All right, so sorry. Dude, this phone's in my way. Okay, let me put it right here. My OCD, it's like sometimes I don't know. Okay. Now I want to read another letter. Does that sound good, guys? All right. Oh, that's that phone call. Okay. We'll read one more letter. All right, I can't get to the other. There we go. Okay. So the next letter is from it was filed July 30th. So this is basically letter number 6 because I had 2 number 2s for some reason. Wait, we did this one, right? Yeah. Okay. So letter 5. Your Honor, I am contacting you to please spare Wade Wilson's life. I believe something is very off about this case, and Wade is staying quiet too and taking the fall and being set up. What? He knows if he talks, his family will be hurt. Only the Lord above knows the truth, not you nor I. This man has a heart that beats an air in his lungs. He feels things emotional very intensely, and he is a human with feelings, not this monster that the world wants to believe he is. What's been recommended is wrong. People have done unthinkable things and still gotten prison. The death penalty is wrong. Please grant Wade a new trial and or acquittal because he's innocent. If not, please don't kill him. Taking his life is not the answer. It hurts others, not just him. Please have mercy and allow this young man to grow and heal in prison. Please don't execute him. God would not want people to kill Wade. So God wouldn't want people to kill Wade. I know you are a good person. Please don't put him to death. You hold the power of doing the right thing, and having him murdered is not right. Murder is murder, and sentencing him to death is murder. I appreciate your time and pray you have the kindness in your heart to allow this young man to live bars. To live bars, not death. Best, Jamie Stewart. All right, let's do one more for right now. I mean, this is June 30th or July 30th again, and it's Vanessa. Let's see. I am writing on the behalf of Wade Wilson as a befriend. I am asking you to take into consideration to spare Wade's life. I am asking on behalf of the life of a mentally ill individual since Wade was arrested for the crimes. The trial has been highly publicized with media leaving people hating and loving Wade. Wade has dramatically changed in appearance. Could be many reasons, including survival upon his jailment. Getting ready for life in prison is a game of survival. You must pick a side to survive, or the inmates have turned Wade into a clown version of Deadpool's Wade Wilson. Wade has emotions. You can see in the past photos. Wade appears to have no remorse. Yeah. Wait, am I reading that right? Wait. Wade has emotions. You can see in past photos. Wade appears to have no remorse. That is false. Oh. Wade is on camera, media, and preparing for Wade's new life in prison, as we all know how dangerous the system behind bars really is. Once again, survival. Referring to myself, a mom of 4, I'm told I am an emotional, less individual. Does not mean I have no feelings. The jury is made of people just like you and I, people who have personal opinions. The jury sees a Wade Wilson who has racist tattoos, who sits with no facial expressions, a Wade that the media and news have built a personalized character, a version of a monster. Judge, you are the only person who can determine a fair sentence and ban Wade from death. The charges are horrific and the punishment is inhumane. The jury and the media cannot see past what is seen on TV. Very unfortunate situation. Please spare Wade and Wilson's life. Or Wade Wilson's life, sorry. Sincerely, Vanessa. I almost want to read one more. Let's see this one. June 30th. So this is really quick here. Where is it? Oh, this is... As a mother and someone knowing Wade before, please allow him the opportunity for atonement through proper mental health facilities. Prohibits the judge ex parte communication. Let's see one more here. All right. 29th of July. Or 30th. Okay. Honorable Judge Nicholas Thompson. My name is Jasmine Vera, and I am from Edgeville, South Carolina. I want to write you about the case of Wade Stephen Wilson. Oh my God. Hold on one second. I want to ask my mom something really quick. Okay. I want to write you about a case of Wade Wilson. I understand that a jury voted for the death penalty, but I would like to ask you if you could please sentence him to life on Tuesday. I watched the trial on TV when it happened and did research on him. He did something completely wrong and messed up. I pray that he will realize what he did was wrong, but I don't think it will happen. Just because he brutally murdered 2 individuals, he doesn't deserve the death penalty because multiple people have done much worse than Wilson. They only get life. Wilson does not deserve to die while others live. I know that you have no choice. You have no choice on how other states and courts decide on criminals, but you have the choice for Wilson's case. His past does not make up for what he did in 2019. But honestly, if you want to make him suffer life, life is harsher than death, because with life, he will have to be in the cell till he dies, but he will have to constantly think about what he did, which I don't think that is a problem. He doesn't care what he did. He's not one of those people that does feel empathy or feel guilt, feel remorse. So he's not thinking there. He's not sitting there thinking about what he did and feeling bad. I don't believe he's feeling bad for 1 second. He doesn't care. That's not, yeah. Where are we at? The death penalty will just make his time locked up shorter, and he wouldn't learn anything. Some say that killing is wrong and that death penalty shows a lack of respect for human life. My research on an unbiased judgment in Wilson's case, he is not the worst of the worst criminals. He has depression, anxiety, bipolar, schizoaffective, and mental illnesses. His illness is not an excuse for his actions either, but they do put a reason behind them. Yes, he said he did it because he wanted to, and he enjoyed it, but he did confess after the crimes. That should get, yeah, but now he's trying to say it's set up and trying to bring innocent people down, accusing this to be a setup, and all these people are in on it. So that's, yeah, that's not true. I mean, he originally did, but then he changed, right? Anyway, that should give him some points for keeping him from death. Many criminals will kill till they either die, a victim gets away, or they get caught. Wilson confessed, and he did not try to run either. He is not a criminal who deserves death. He did try to run. Well, he had no choice. They caught him. He tried to run. He was trying to get out of town. That's not true either. He only confessed because he was stuck. You know what I'm saying? So his dad said, "Oh, just confess." I don't know why he thought he was gonna. That was, I don't know, but he did. But not because if he was able to get away, he would have. He was stuck. That's ridiculous. He is not a criminal who deserves death. He deserves life to suffer for what he did without getting a quick and easy way out. Please take what I said and think about your decision. I hope you do read this, and thank you for reading this. If you do. Okay. Sorry, I had to text my mama. All right. So let me see. There's still 4 more letters, but let me see what else I could play, or we could read. Hey y'all. Okay, so we did the ones with Melissa. We did that. Fingerprints. Let's see what this is. Oh, here's Wade's fingerprints. Okay. Jail dates. Okay, that's in support of the death sentence. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna do. This is the one I did want. Okay, so here is the states saying, and so why he should be put to death. It says, yeah, so in the support of the death sentence, pursuant to Florida statute and notwithstanding the ununanimous recommendation of the jury, the court must independently weigh the aggravating factor and the mitigating circumstances and enter a sentence of life imprisonment or death. If the court imposes a sentence of death, it must set forth in writing its findings upon which this sentence of death is based. In order to impose a sentence of death, the court must find that the aggravating factor found by the jury to exist is sufficient to warrant a sentence of death. And that there are insufficient mitigating circumstances reasonably established by the evidence to outweigh the aggravator factor. The court determination must be supported by specific written findings of the fact based upon its review and consideration of the records of trial. The court may consider aggravators specifically found to exist by the jury. The court may neither refuse to consider nor be precluded from considering any relevant mitigating evidence. I want to skip some of this. I don't want to read it all, but there is parts I want to read. So the weight given to each mitigating factor is within the province of the court. Where the death sentence is imposed, written findings supporting the sentence are required. It must be made at or within 30 days of the rendition of the judgment. Failure to do so will result in sentence of life imprisonment. So aggravating circumstances. The state has proven through evidence the following statutory aggravating factors beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, the defendant was previously or contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to the person. The aggravating factor applies to both victims. So count 1 of indictment, count 4 of indictment. This is the prior violent felony aggravator and is applicable to the factual and procedural scenario of this case. Defendant was found guilty of 6-count indictment and was adjudicated guilty of on June 12, 2024. The aggravator includes violent felony convictions resulting from crimes committed on separate victims during a single criminal episode. So it's saying that the contemporaneous conviction of a defendant for the murder of one victim clearly supports the finding of the prior violent felony aggravator as to the murder of another victim. The defendant murdered 2 people during a single criminal episode. He was contemporaneously convicted of each of those murders. The conviction as to each victim aggravated the conviction as to each other victim and vice versa. The state submits that this aggravating factor should be accorded great weight. 2, the capital felony was committed by a person previously convicted of a felony and under sentence. Oh, hold on, Mom. Hold on 1 second, Mom. She wants me to mute. Oh, you're right here. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Sorry, guys. Okay. Sorry. She don't need to be on camera. Oh shoot, I have all this up. Hold on 1 second. Yeah. Where's the one I just had up? Dang it. Here we go. Okay. Sorry. No, this actually wasn't hello. Wait, am I on? Where's my camera at? I thought I turned it back on. Hold on a second. There we go. No, not today. She was gonna make one, but it's like pasta with chicken and so good. It's a lot though. Oh my god, I'm gonna feel so tired after that. I love pasta, but it makes me feel, I don't like the way it makes me feel. But we eat it a lot being Italian, but it's just like, oh, I don't know. It just makes me feel like crap after I eat. Anyway, but I'm starving. But I'm going to finish reading this and I'll play a video so I can eat a little bit. All right, so let me bring this back up. So, okay. So we have the felony was committed by a person previously convicted of a felony and under a sentence of imprisonment or placed on community control or on felony probation. So he just had that first of all, he has the one that he committed that day, but he has that other one from a couple months ago or 3 months prior, right? And then what was ones? I'm sure he had ones before that. The aggravator is equally applicable to the factual and procedural scenario of this case. Defendant was convicted of 2 felonies, trafficking in stolen property and false information to a pawnbroker. Oh, these are 2 separate other ones. Okay. I don't know if that comes up under the form. I'll have to look. Okay. So false information to a pawnbroker. So that's September 2019. So that was just months prior. Okay. Okay. The defendant had appeared before the Circuit Court of Palm Beach, received a sentence of 2 years of probation. The defendant was currently on probation at the time when he murdered the 2 people during a single criminal episode. When undisputed, as is here, the court can rely on the PSI to find that a defendant was on parole, and the fact of parole need not be established by court or corrections documents. In this case, however, this court has received the certified court-ruled prints, business records, testimony. Okay. So then the third one is at the third aggravating factor applies to both victims. Or capital felony was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yeah. The Florida Supreme Court has consistently defined this aggravating factor as follows. Heinous means extremely wicked or shockingly evil. Yeah. Atrocious means outrageously wicked and vile. Cruel means designed to inflict a degree of pain with utter indifference to. Yeah. Or even enjoyment of the suffering of others. The kind of crime intended to be included are those homicides accompanied by such additional acts as to set the crime apart from the normal capital felonies, particular conscienceless or pitiless crime, which is unnecessarily torturous to the murders, which evince extreme and outrageous depravity of, as exampled either, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Exemplified either by the desire to inflict a high degree of pain or utter indifference to or enjoyment of the suffering of another, fall within this aggravating factor. Considered one of the most weighted aggravators within Florida. In this case, victims, I don't know why they have those redacted, but Diane and Christine died because of strangulation. Strangulation creates a prima facie case for attack where victims died quickly, where victim was conscious of their attacker and impending death. Not only were they strangled, but their murders were inherently torturous as they did not die instantaneously. Because we know what Diane woke up, or when he strangled her and then she wasn't dead, and that's why he ran her over. Now, Christine had all those bruises and blunt force trauma and stuff, so that shows you right there that there was some kind of fight, right? Anyway, okay, so Dr. Hernandez and Coyne testified that Blank had the following injuries. Fingernails were broken, many bruises on her body, on her face, swollen eyes, contusions, bruising all over her torso or arms, hemorrhaging on both sides of her neck, scalp bruising, contusions to her lungs, contusions to her liver, contusions to the back of her bladder, contusions to her colon. Her brain was swollen, which indicated that she suffered an underlying concussive trauma prior to strangulation. Moreover, Dr. Coyne testified that Blank had the following injuries: a fracture of the nasal bone, laceration under her left breast, bruising on both sides of her body, bruising on the back of her left forearm, on the back of her left hand, a fracture of the fourth finger, bruising on her right arm, contusions on her upper back, hyoid bone and trachea cartilage were broken, multiple rib fractures from having been subjected to significant compressive force, and hemorrhage on the back of her neck. You gotta be kidding. I mean, these are some vicious, oh, I can't even imagine. And then these letters of support, like, poor Wade is gonna suffer a couple minutes before he dies from lethal injection. Oh my God, that minute of pain and suffering. What about how long? Probably multiple minutes of freaking suffering for these women. You kidding me? Their deaths were imminent. The victims were aware of this, and the fear and emotional strain preceding their deaths was heinous, atrocious, and cruel. These factors support this aggravator even in circumstances of a quick death. Upholding this aggravator after medical examiner testified, the victim was conscious anywhere between 30 and 60 seconds after initial attack. Upholding this aggravated medical examiner, the victim lost consciousness within seconds and bled to death in a minute or less, and no evidence of defensive wounds. Oh, this is a different case. I was like, what are they talking about? They're talking about this Walker versus State. And it says, okay. So they're saying these factors support the aggravator even in circumstances of a quick death, and that's what they're showing another case where there's a quick death and they still support it. Okay. Anyway. All right, we're going to continue this because I want to eat. I'm so hungry. So I'm going to play a video and we'll finish this after the video. Let's see what I can play now. Which ones do I have left? I'll try to pick a longer one so I can eat a little bit. At least some of it. I'm a quick eater, but I don't want to eat too quick with pasta. Then doing the live, I'll be like, pass out. I'll be in a coma. All right, so let me do... Hold on. No. I'll play this. I'm not sure what this is about. I haven't watched it. Was she? Let me pause it. All right, here we go.
Okay, well, weapons involved are mentioned. Yeah, he said he stabbed somebody like that. Are you or anyone else in danger right now? I'm sure anybody is around him right now.
An age-old philosophers and instills fear in the hearts of the innocent, manifests in the darkest corners of human behavior. It is the deliberate choice to inflict harm, to revel in the suffering of others, and to disregard the sanctity of life. The crimes committed by Wade Wilson exemplify this kind of evil. Wilson's heinous actions reveal a man utterly lacking in empathy or remorse, highlighting the hostility that can reside in some individuals. However, his story also showcases the resilience, integrity, and strength of the people and systems that resolutely opposed his actions and worked tirelessly to secure justice for the victims. Let's dive into the harrowing case of the Face of Evil. It was a seasonably warm 84 degrees in Fort Myers, Florida on the evening of October 6, 2019. Melissa Montanez and her boyfriend of 6 months, Wade Wilson, decided to head to the Buddha Bar for a night of drinks, music, and fun. According to a police report, they pulled up in Melissa's sleek, gray 2015 Dodge Hellcat. Inside the bar, however, it was anything but sleek, as a heated argument erupted between them about Wade's desire to leave and visit someone's house, a plan Melissa was firmly against. Frustrated, Wade claimed he needed to grab something from the car and went outside. Moments later, Melissa followed, only to witness her Hellcat leaving the parking lot. Strangely, Melissa didn't observe Wade in the driver's seat. The harsh reality dawned on her. He had abandoned her. Stranded without a ride and not wanting to go home, Melissa reached out to her friend Amy, who promptly picked her up and took her back to her place. Exhausted, Melissa soon passed out. By 8 a.m. the next morning, she groggily realized that Wade had been trying to contact her multiple times from an unfamiliar number. When she finally picked up, Wade's voice came through, loud and furious, demanding.
I don't know why that happened. What happened? Huh, hold on, guys. That was weird. Now I gotta pick where we left off. How many minutes do you think we were into it?
Cases, resilience, integrity, and strength of the people and systems that resolutely opposed his bar. However, it was anything but sleek, as a heated argument erupted between them about Wade's desire.
How much were we into it?
However, it was anything but sleek, as a heated argument erupted between them about Wade's desire to leave and visit someone's house, a plan Melissa was firmly against. Frustrated, Wade claimed he needed to grab something from the car and went outside. Moments later, Melissa followed, only to witness her Hellcat leaving the parking lot. Strangely, Melissa didn't observe Wade in the driver's seat. The harsh reality dawned on her. He had abandoned her. Stranded without a ride and not wanting to go home, Melissa reached out to her friend Amy, who promptly picked her up and took her back to her place. Exhausted, Melissa soon passed out. By 8 a.m. the next morning, she groggily realized that Wade had been trying to contact her multiple times from an unfamiliar number. When she finally picked up, Wade's voice came through, loud and furious, demanding to see her immediately. Uneasy due to his history of violence and drug use, Melissa agreed to meet in public at her workplace. She asked Amy to come with her for support and safety, and Amy agreed. As soon as Wade pulled up to her location, she knew something was off, as she did not recognize the car he was driving.
So where did you agree to meet him?
Mila's Spa.
Now, when you arrived at Mila's Spa, did you see your Hellcat?
No.
Did you see a different car?
Yes.
And was it a car that you recognized?
No.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 5. Does this look like the car that he was driving?
Yes.
And again, was that a car you had ever seen before?
No.
Now, when you got there, did you get out and try to talk to him?
Yes.
And again, what were you trying to talk to him about?
I went to the driver's side window. He wrote it down. I said, "Where are my keys? Where's my car?" He was calm and just saying, get in the car. And it escalated quickly.
Did you agree to get in the car?
No.
And when you would not agree to get in the car, how did he act?
Violent, aggressive, tried to pull me in the car physically. And I resisted, got plank style so that he could not grab me into the vehicle.
When you say you got plank style, could you just show the jurors what you meant? What do you mean by that?
And I was being pulled into the car by my dress.
Okay, so for the record, you just stood up and put your hands straight above your head.
Yes, so that I was not being able to be budged into the vehicle.
And you said he's pulling at your dress.
Yes.
Can you describe in more detail how he's pulling at your dress?
He's pulling dress, probably a little hair, everything, and then the dress starts to rip off of my body.
And what happens after that?
Once he realizes that the threads were becoming, I was getting away from him and he was still holding onto the dress, he opens the car door, obviously forgets to put in park. The car starts to roll forward. He tackles to me to the ground. The car grazes both of our legs and I'm pummeled to the ground.
How hard did he push you to the ground?
I'm sorry, I don't recall. It was this is also fast, and he's very heavy, and I'm 5'2", he's 6'6", so.
Now, what happens after you are pushed to the ground?
I start to get beat.
Okay. Describe what you mean when you say he was beating you.
It all went so fast and so slow, whether it be punches, slapping, choking, that kind of nature. Yes.
Now, you mentioned that the fight is happening around the car. Does the fight move at some point?
Yes. So I either get dragged, pulled, can't remember, by my hair, arm, or dress, to I'm trying to reason with him, trying to talk to him, but there's nobody behind those eyes anymore. So there was no reasoning with him. I got to the front of the staircase, and I'm holding on to that, and a crowd begins to develop. I'm expecting people to help, call 911. So I'm just trying to bide my time at that point as quickly as help can get there. And that's not working either. I'm starting to get punched and grabbed and choked and all kinds of things again. Somehow we move up to the upper level. I'm trying to convince him, let's just go in Mila Spa. We'll talk about it there. We're safe there.
Melissa eventually managed to break free and ran to a nearby business seeking safety. Moments later, at 8:48 a.m., Fort Myers police arrived at the scene of the altercation. Multiple 911 calls had reported a man assaulting a woman. Officer Tim McCormick met Melissa at the Mila Spa in downtown Fort Myers, where she identified Wade Wilson as the assailant. She recounted the harrowing assault and mentioned that Wade was last seen driving a black Nissan Versa. By then, Wade had already fled the scene, prompting the police to issue an alert for his capture. At the station, Melissa provided detailed information during an interview with a detective. She explained that she and Wade had been together for 6 months after meeting through a mutual friend. They lived together for the first 2 months until Wade was incarcerated for about 3.5 months. Despite his imprisonment, Melissa maintained contact with him and decided to give him a second chance upon his release. While she had heard from others about Wade's abusive behavior, her primary concern was based on her own experiences with him. Wade's criminal records, however, revealed him as a habitual offender with over 20 arrests since 2010 for charges including fraud, trespassing, and physical abuse. In subsequent court testimony, Wade's biological father provided additional insight into his son's upbringing.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Stephen Testaseca.
Mr. Testaseca, where are you employed?
I'm self-employed.
What type of work do you do?
Window and door replacement.
Are you married?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your wife's name? How old are you, sir?
46.
You know someone by the name of Wade Wilson?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know Wade Wilson?
He's my son.
How old were you when you found out you were going to be his father?
14 or 15.
How old was his mother at the time?
A year younger than me.
Now, were either of you in a position at that age to be able to raise him?
No, ma'am.
Was he placed up for adoption?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was he adopted by?
Candy and Steve Wilson.
And did they have any connection to you or Wade Wilson's mother?
They went to church with Wade's mother's parents.
So that was how they connected and ended up raising Wade Wilson?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do they have any other children?
Yes, ma'am. 2 daughters.
Now, at some point, did you and Wade Wilson connect?
Yes, ma'am.
How old was Wade Wilson when he connected with you?
18.
And was he wanting to connect with you because you're his biological father?
Yes.
And up until that point, had you ever met him?
No, ma'am.
Did you end up attempting to have a relationship with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he seem to want to have a relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you have phone calls often?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have occasions where you would see each other?
Okay, sorry. I didn't realize this video has Mila, which we already listened to that testimony, and his. I just kind of played it so I could eat. Okay, so didn't quite finish it, but man, that was good. All right, so I am going to, I got that Curly one that I gotta play, but first let me continue reading some of, is that interesting to you guys, the aggravating factors, or no? I'd like to know what you guys like, you know? Because is it interesting or no? I mean, do you want to hear it? Hey, Taisha, Stancliffe, hello, hello. Anybody new else come in? New else. Yeah, I can speak English. I'm pretty good. I'm fluent in English. I just, oh my God. Sometimes the way I talk, I don't even know. Okay, I'll finish. So we were on number 4. So the fourth aggravating factor is the capital felony was a homicide and was committed in cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense or moral or legal justification. I don't know about the premeditated, but I guess premeditated, it could just be like, it doesn't have to be like planned like way in advance. But let's see. In order to establish the aggravator, the evidence must show the killing was a product of a cool and calm reflection that the defendant had a careful plan and prearranged design to commit the murder. I think it was calculated in the fact that when he picked up Diane, I think he knew he was going to kill her, right? So to like see her, ask for directions, and then have that planned, right? Oh wait, what? Wait, what? JR, did you send me something? Is that what you're saying? Or I don't understand what you're talking about. Play what? Huh. I don't know what you mean. Anyway, the defendant had a careful plan and prearranged design to commit the murder. It was calculated, and the defendant exhibited heightened premeditation. Finally, the defendant had no pretense or moral or legal justification. This aggravator focuses on the manner in which the crime was planned and executed. And then it says the CCP involves a much higher degree of premeditation than is required to prove first-degree murder. Premeditation can be established by examining the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused. Further, the evidence must prove beyond reasonable doubt that the defendant planned or prearranged to commit the murder before the crime began. The state submits that the evidence of cold, calculated, and premeditated is well supported by the evidence. Even though this may have begun as a caprice selecting a victim at random, the luring in the person and then killing them is evidence of cold, calculated, and premeditated. There is no valid pretense of the justification that would negate this aggravating factor. The evidence presented shows beyond a reasonable doubt that when the defendant picked up blank, which is Diane, he was passing the school, and the way to get her into his car was to inquire, hey, do you know where the high school is? And if she could show him, upon further request for assistance, she got in the car, and that's all it took. The defendant clearly stated that once he got her into the car, they drove to the school. He was going to drop her off, but he knew in his mind he wasn't going to drop her off. As soon as she went to get out, he grabbed her by the neck and choked her. He was thinking he could get sex with her, and then he was going to kill her. He started choking her because she was going to get out of the car. And he could tell she was getting scared. He saw the fear. When she would not die, he pushed her out of the car and repeatedly drove over her with the car. Man, I just can't even. And attempted to dispose of her body in an empty wooded lot. In this case, he exhibited precisely the sort of heightened premeditation contemplated by this aggravator. And this is the state submits that this aggravating factor should be accorded great weight. The mitigating circumstances. The defense submitted 13 catch-all mitigating circumstances to the jury. Wade Wilson is not on drugs. He is charming, polite, cool, and in a good mood, friendly, and outgoing. Oh, it says when he's not on drugs. That's what, okay. He's charming, cool, polite, good mood, friendly, outgoing. Wade Wilson experienced the following mental health disorders: schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorders, delusions, paranoia, suicidal adjustment disorders, major depressive disorders, hallucinations, perseverant, why can't I say that word right now? While Wade was on drugs, he is out of his mind, on a rampage, makes him crazy, and makes him do wrong things. The drugs that Wade took that night before the event led to an unanticipated effect. Wade Wilson confessed to law enforcement to do the right thing. Wade wanted to put blank back with her family. All right. Wade is loved by his adoptive parents and sisters. Wade felt abandoned by his biological parents. His mental illness started as a child. I wonder who this is, though. He wanted to put who back with her family? Is that me? I don't know. What does that even mean? Put her back with her family? Huh. He was involuntarily committed when he was a teenager. He tried to reach out to his biological parents when he became an adult. His biological parents were young and did not try to reach out to establish a relationship. He was a loving son before mental health disorders. And the defense called 2 witnesses, Mark Mills and Dr. Hyman Eisenstein. Their testimony was that Wade Wilson suffered from psychotic disorders, that he had a frontal lobe injury, respectively. In trial, Dr. Mills readily admitted that his meeting with the defendant was futile. Dr. Mills provided the defendant with 2 tests, the MMPI and the PAI. Both tests proved invalid based upon the defendant's responses therein. Therefore, Dr. Mills reviewed a series of the defendant's incarcerated medical records and gave an opinion of a psychotic disorder, despite there not being any support, therefore, in the records, and further testified that he'd been hired to help the defendant. The second doctor, Dr. Eisenstein, met with the defendant and gave him a battery of mental health tests. He opined that the defendant suffered from the frontal lobe injury based upon his scoring of the tests and discussions with the defendant's family members. Interestingly, Dr. Eisenstein testified that in every capital case, 150 in which he has given testimony, he has found a frontal lobe injury in each of the defendants. Wow. That's interesting. So 150 capital cases, he's found a frontal lobe injury in each of the defendants. On cross-examination and a review of the tests by the state's own Dr. Michael Herkov, Dr. Eisenstein's opinion proved controverted and unsupported. In 6 of 8 of Dr. Eisenstein's own tests established that the defendant's executive functioning, a frontal lobe capability, to be within normal range. So in 6 of the 8. Okay. As such, the state submits that any mitigation the court considers having been established should be given little to no weight. The Florida Supreme Court has recognized that a trial court can give no weight to mitigating factor, even if it exists, if it is not mitigating in the case before the court. Whether to give no weight, some weight, or great weight is solely within the discretion of the court. In Treasy versus State, the court recognized the discretion to give no weight to a mitigating factor that exists. While the mitigating circumstance in Trees was different, the legal principle should be applied in this case. The state submits the very nature of the crimes before the court, provide reason for the court to determine to give it no weight. So the conclusion, the state of Florida submits that each aggravating factor as to counts 1 and 4 of the indictment, as found by the jury, has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt and should be given great weight. And any mitigating circumstances the court finds should be given little or no weight. Yeah, so basically, yeah, they're saying, they're all for the death penalty for him. So let me see if there's anything. Let's see what this is. This is amended supplemental motion to incur costs. Charged with 2 counts of first degree and has been declared indigent. Suffered psychological events throughout his life, and it is essential for a psychiatrist to examine the defendant for mitigation purposes. The court has appointed Dr. Hyman Eisenstein, a neuropsychologist, and they established a statute to wit $300 flat rate for examination and testimony and document review of $125 per hour for travel. The doctor has exceeded the cap of the original order and requires additional funds to conclude his work. The defense believes the total cost should not exceed $15,000. The motion is made in good faith. Wow. Oh, this is basically the same thing. Okay. Let's do the support. Which one are we on now? Oh, if we're on 8, so we're on 9. Let's read 9 and then I'll play that Kelly video. All right, so 7/18, it was filed. Dear Judge Thompson, I am writing to you today with a heavy heart and a sincere plea for the life of Wade Wilson. While I do not personally know Wade, I have followed this case closely from the beginning. As a mother of an 11-year-old boy and psychiatric nurse, I am deeply moved by the gravity of this situation and the profound impact it has on all those involved. Wade's journey through life has been marked by profound challenges. Abandoned as a child and subsequently adopted, he faced early struggles that not every individual can overcome unscathed. His descent into drug use at a young age speaks volumes about the turmoil he endured. I understand the severity of Wade's actions and the irreparable harm caused to the victims' families. My heart goes out to them in their immeasurable loss, yet I am asking you to consider the complex circumstances that led to this tragic outcome. Despite his outward appearance of indifference, I believe that inside, Wade is a scared and lost individual yearning for love and understanding. His actions were undeniably horrific, and he must be held accountable. However, another death would not heal the wounds left by this tragedy. It will not bring back the lives lost, nor will it ease the pain felt by their families. Wade's struggles with mental illness and substance abuse undoubtedly clouded his judgment and contributed to the events that unfolded. As a mother, I cannot help but see Wade's as someone's child, a person who, despite his grave mistakes, is worthy of compassion and a chance for redemption. Taking his life will not erase the pain or restore what has been lost. Indeed, it will perpetuate a cycle of suffering. Judge Thompson, I humbly ask you to weigh Wade's life story with compassion and empathy, considering his mental illness and the role it played in this tragedy. He is more than the sum of his actions. He is a human being who, despite his flaws, deserves mercy and the possibility of rehabilitation. Thank you for your time and consideration. I trust that you will approach this decision with wisdom and compassion. Hey, H. Rivers. Let's do one more. I don't know why these interest me, these letters. This one's a short one. 6/28/24 is the date of they actually typed this out, but it was filed on 7/11. Okay. Dear Judge Thompson, I hope this letter finds you well. I am writing to respectfully request your consideration in sentencing Wade Wilson to life without parole rather than the death penalty. As someone who cares unconditionally for Wade, I have deeply reflected on the gravity of the situation and the impact of your decision. While I understand the severity of the crime committed, I believe that a life sentence would allow Wade the opportunity to reflect, repent, and contribute positively within the confines of prison. Furthermore, a life sentence would provide his family, along with myself, the chance to maintain a relationship with Wade. It would allow us to visit, correspond, and continue to offer emotional support, a privilege that would be lost with the death penalty. I implore you to consider the broader implications of your decision on both Wade's life and our family's well-being. Choosing life without parole would not only uphold justice, but also preserve our humanity in a difficult time. We are committed to supporting Wade through this journey of atonement and rehabilitation, wherever it may lead. Thank you for considering my perspective and for your attention to this matter. I trust in your wisdom and judgment as you deliberate on this critical issue. Sincerely, Heidi Cox. Okay. Now let's play so now I'm going to play the TikTok, Kelly, his ex, one of his exes did, the one that, tried to report him tying her up and RN her, and they basically didn't believe her. So she had bruises and stuff. She showed on that court TV video. I played it yesterday. Like, a bruises on her arm. I think she showed her arms under her chin. Yeah. So let me play that real quick. Oh, shoot. You know what? There was more to this I wanted to play, where they show, I forgot. Let me play some of this really quick. That Strange Embers podcast, where they show that Josh, that one that called, the one where the graphics place business that he went in and said, hey, I need to get out of town or whatever. They show his record. And let me just play a little bit more of this real quick. Hold on.
So this star witness guy, I call him star witness just for my own.
Well, that's what we'll call him, Mr. Star Witness.
Giggles.
I like it.
So he's the one that called 911 when Wade showed up. Told them that Wade was there, no shirt on, covered in blood. He had all that stuff to say, right? Let's take a look at him as well. So we're looking at his mugshots right here. And what do we got? What do we got for his mugshot? Booked March the 30th, 2013 at 10 p.m. He was booked into jail for what? You ask? Is that what you said? You want to know
what was he booked for?
That is going to be for battery, domestic battery by strangulation.
So, Brent, do we see something very similar in all these people that are surrounding themselves around Mr. Wade Wilson?
So then we're going to go to...
But wait, there's more?
So one of the other people to take the stand was his biological father, Stephen. And looking through his stuff, he was arrested and booked at the age of 39 for suspicion of the below crimes: burglary of an unoccupied dwelling, state of emergency, grand theft in the third degree, grand theft third degree motor vehicle, possession of burglary tools, and dealing in stolen property, and trafficking. He was arrested in Orange County, Florida for those charges. I did not have the outcome of what happened to him with those, but I do know that he was arrested and charged with those. Okay, so then now we're going to go over to biological mother.
Yep.
So biological mother is Christina.
Sullivan.
Christina has a laundry list of charges. Also, same thing with her. Just like biological dad had a grand theft auto charge, biological mom, we got grand theft auto motor vehicle theft. We even have her on her Facebook page making these, like it has that she's a male, 150 pounds, and it has like incorrect information, but it's like a wanted poster that she made for Facebook with a little glamour shot on it. So she just has arrest after arrest. There's booking date of 2/27, a booking date of February 27th, 2024.
Is she into some heavy drugs?
Looks like it doesn't.
If you look at that picture, that top picture in comparison to, I think she's in some drugs, brother.
Go look at the one when she was arrested in 2017.
Yeah, I'm looking at that one too.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, she has a laundry list of things happening with her as well.
It runs in the family.
But it's just, I just found it amazing. Also, that the people that are speaking at the trial, absolutely freaking just astonishing. that the people that are speaking at the trial, just every one of them have just a laundry list, have a laundry list of charges. I especially like it that the one that called 911 by showing up bloody, he has a strangulation charge on him. I also asked Kelly when I was texting with her about the BDSM thing, that he had liked a BDSM page on there, and was that something that, and she said that her time with him, that he never really acted like it or seemed like he was into BDSM as much as that goes. I did ask her if he had been trying to contact her since he had been in jail for the murders. And she said that he did try to call her a few times to say that he's sorry and all, but she said she assumed that all he wanted was money. She just blocked the number.
Wasn't she the one that provided him a lot of money in the past?
No,
not that
so
one. Okay,
I asked her about that. So, yep. So whenever he was out in Texas, when him and Sarah went to Texas, at one point he went, and I asked Kelly about that as well, was at one point he had told Angelica Hood, she took him to wherever to go pick up a money wire, and that he had made the comment to her that there was a girl that's obsessed with him and she was sending him some money. And I asked Kelly if she knew anything about that and if she knew who did that. Her response to that was that he had numerous women sending him money and falling for his crap. So I have no idea who it was that actually sent him money, that he went to go get the wire transfer. No clue. Also asked her about the rumor of who's buying him all these suits. And Kelly also said to that was, from what she has heard, his lawyers are providing the suits. So I also asked Kelly, with your story of what happened, I'm surprised you wasn't called to be a character witness on his past behavior. I asked her if she was surprised about that, disappointed, wished that she would have been able to speak in court about this. And Kelly's reply was, I tried. They said it wasn't necessary because it wasn't associated, that she would have loved to speak.
How is that not associated? This isn't making sense to me.
Well, I asked her also to follow up with that was, with what happened, that is really odd to me, that they wouldn't want to show his past behavior.
Right.
And she replied with, yeah, I don't know why. I guess they assumed he wouldn't win anyways.
Okay. I mean, she's right, but...
Well, one of the big things about that was he was on the phone with his dad, told his dad that, and this is biological dad, Stephen, and told him, what had happened, and told his dad where he was at for the police to actually come and get him, where he had broken into an unoccupied home to hide, and all that transpired from that event. So I guess that with going with what was said to his dad with that testimony right there, the only other thing I can think is the more people they have in there talking, the greater possibility of that hurting the case. So I asked also, Wade was heavily tattooed before jail, but with no face tattoos. Do you know if he had any connections to any white supremacy groups before going to jail? And Kelly replied with, he claimed that he did, but they didn't like him. They're the reason he has a scar up under his eye now when they found out that he had slept with a man. And so that is apparently going back to a previous jail term that he did, not the one currently.
Yet all these little fangirls are still going to freaking fangirl over him. After all the stuff he's done, I don't get it, bro.
I do not get it either.
Oh, speaking of fangirls, what do you think about Bunny XO talking about this case?
So apparently everybody's all up in arms about that because she had made the comment something to, don't quote me because I don't remember what it is, but something to the effect of she would like to interview Wade because he is cool and interesting.
Yeah, so my question to that is, and I can see where people are getting a little bent out of shape about it. Yeah, I get it. But my question is, does she mean he's cool and interesting in the aspect of it would be cool to interview him and he seems like an interesting person that's really twisted? Or does she actually mean he's cool and interesting?
So I haven't looked into it and I don't know the way that it was worded or exactly what she said. But if it was said as the way that I've heard what she said, because he is cool and interesting, if it was worded as such, then I would take it as she's saying he is cool and interesting.
Comma.
Punctuations matter, right?
Okay, well, I mean, I just find it, I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't know, bro.
Wade has made the comment that he is being framed as well.
Oh,
are you aware
I
of that?
have not heard this conspiracy.
So he has also made the comment that he is part of a drug ring, sex
right, we
ring.
talked about that. We did talk about that. It was a trafficking ring.
And that trafficking ring, yes. And that he is being framed from them.
Okay.
So let's go into that just a little bit because we have some other odd things that he said when he was being framed, that he was being told that they would harm his family. A big part of his family is going to be his adopted family, right? And that being Steve and Candy Wilson. Okay. That was his adopted parents. So we have that he killed them in October 2019. He goes to jail. Once he goes to jail, he talks about that he's being set up, he's being framed. I don't know what day the house fire started. So we got this GoFundMe that was started. We got has two updates on there. One was December 3rd of 2019, and the second update was December 12th of 2019. December 3rd, 2019 on the GoFundMe page for Steve and Candy Wilson because their house burnt down. I don't have the cause of the fire of the house. What I have is what the GoFundMe says was the Red Cross and the Wilson Church have come to help in the aiding of Steve and Candy. They were living with their eldest daughter after the fire happened, and they were able to collect some things from the house, some pictures and all. So I do not have a cause of this fire for their house burning down,
Okay.
but it's just another one of those conspiracy theories.
Okay.
Wade goes to prison. He talks about he's being framed. He also talks about the harm come to his family, and then I mean we're weeks after that or
Right.
whatnot, and their house burns down, completely burns down. They wasn't at the house. They were somewhere. From what I read, a neighbor was driving down the road. I guess saw the fire, saw the smoke. They saw something. They called the Wilsons that were out to lunch, let them know. They called 911. The house was fully involved, burnt down. So
It sucks.
it does suck. I don't know the cause of the fire, but if you want to play on Wilson's he's being framed theory, could that have something to do with it? I mean, I'm not by any means saying I think he's innocent. I'm not by any means saying anything like that. I'm just
You're
throwing
doing
out
the
the
same
different
thing I
things
have
that
to
we're
do.
finding.
You're doing the same thing I have to do. You have to stand beside yourself and look at everything. If you're going to cover it as a mutual and neutral place, that's what we have to do.
Right. Just these are the weird things that I'm finding going on with this actual case.
We're taking the things that we're given, the facts and the non-facts that are prescribed and given to us as facts, even though they're false.
Right.
And having to go off of that. I rambled.
Those are just some of the things that we found that are. I didn't even talk about Angelica Hood. I didn't even talk about that. Can we cover that real quick?
I don't care.
So
I'm here all night.
Kelly said whenever I talked about the whole part with he goes to Texas with Sarah left him. So Kelly did tell me that that Wade left Kelly for Sarah.
Right.
She's the one that went to Texas with him. So the reason they stopped in Texas was their car broke down. They were going to, I think it was said they were going to California to some of Sarah's friends, wanted them to come out there, stay with them. So they were going there. Car broke down. Angelica finds them. She takes them in. They get the car fixed. I'm going to give you the kind of quick rundown of the Angelica story. They leave again. So then I find where Angelica, she tells everything. She has storytelling time on TikTok. I went on there and watched her TikToks, so storytelling time. She told her whole story about when they came through there. She also said that some people were on there saying that she's making it up. So then she shared screenshots of the text messages with Sarah and Wade. And as I said before, I'm not saying Wade.
She was trying to get just 15 minutes of fame.
Probably, yes. So she started showing all of her stuff on there. There is, as I said before, I'm not trying to say Wade's innocent in any shape, form, or fashion. I'm not trying to take his side or anything. But to read these text messages, he very polite. She would say stuff in there like, she's going to be home late. Can y'all take care of the dishes? Can you do that? Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Hey, your car's in the way. Oh, I'm so sorry about that, ma'am. I'll go move it right away. You know, just like so polite. Out of everything I read through there, it's like it's a different person. So after they through all of these text messages, they got the car fixed. They left. They went to wherever her friend's house is. Angelica checks in on them again. And when she does, they made it to the friend's house. The friend said that they don't have room for them there, that they need to go stay in a homeless shelter. So that's when they asked Angelica about coming back to stay with her. She said she was having a home study done to be a foster or something. I don't remember. I don't have them right in front of me right now as we're speaking. She does agree for them to come back and stay with her, though. They go back there. They stay with her for a time. And then I don't know the exact dates, but I just know through talking with Kelly for one and through the other stuff is Wade and Sarah broke up while they're in Texas. Sarah left Wade for Eric. He's the guy from the Daily Sketch.
Right.
So that's where we're at with that bit of it. Let's throw out some plot twists, shall we say?
In the plot thickens.
What if? Don't you love what ifs? What if Wade is known for choking all of the girls he's dated and all, right? So he has charges of rape, assault. We know he chokes people. So plot twist. He goes out to the boot alive. He meets Christine. When they get back to her house in a drug-fueled kinky sex, because we know he's like the BDSM.
He's into that kind of stuff.
You know, let's say he's there now. He's having a drug-fueled kinky sex time now, right?
Okay, and let's just go ahead and clarify. That's what he went over there to do, was do drugs.
So it just goes too far.
Okay.
I'm going to say this again, as I've said before. I'm not trying to defend Wade Wilson in any kind of shape, form, or fashion. I'm just playing the whole. We're going to play plot twist because we already know he's had multiple charges of rape, assault, all that. But let's just say in a drug-fueled kinky sex, choking's involved, but it goes too far. And she gets killed.
Still guilty.
Not saying he's not.
But then he killed the second one.
All right, so there's the plot twist. So now we are, let's say that happened, because all this happened within hours of each other, right? So now he knows, unlike before, whenever he had did anything he's done, it was nothing to do with murder. It was, he did have violent crime.
It was all about control. That's all.
But now this time it went to murder.
Correct.
So now he knows with murder happening, there is no getting out of this. He's in trouble. He's going down for life. Or so at that point, he goes into a manic state, shall we say? So now we're in a drug-fueled manic state. And he just finds somebody else because he's like, in his mind, he's thinking to himself, I'm going down anyways. So let's make a whole show out of it. I guess, lack of words. Let's make a name for myself. If I'm going down, I'm going to make myself famous doing it. Does that make sense?
I can see where you're coming from on it. I definitely see where you're coming from on it, but okay, let's rewind this to the plot twist of the plot twist. He's a hitman. He's killed before.
So if you go upon that, and if we go upon the whole, we do believe he's a hitman and he's killed before, then yeah, that kind of throws that theory out right away too, then, doesn't it?
See, there's plot twist for plot twist all over the place in this case.
There really is. There really
This case is one of
and
those
then you
that's
have
just
everybody
blowing my mind left and right. What the heck's going on? It's hard to keep up with.
Well, and then everybody involved has a rap sheet. It's like you're a credible witness that's on the stand. Yeah, he called his dad. I'm not trying, like I said, I'm not trying to defend Wade Wilson in any way, but it's your credible witnesses that are on stand. The two main ones. Now, Mila, I haven't really looked into Mila, so I don't know if she has a rap sheet or not. I've still got to get into that part of it. But your two big credible witnesses in this thing. One has
Grand Theft Auto
charges, all that. The second one, we have assault, strangulation charges. Those are your two big credible
plot
witnesses
twist for the plot twist. On the plot twist, Wade Wilson says he's in a trafficking ring. Is also part of trafficking ring, but turned Wilson in so that the heat would come off of him because he did something back then as well. See, now, I mean, we're jumping to big conclusions here, but him and Wade, he said in the trial, I do believe he said he didn't know Wade too well.
That's correct.
But he still knew Wade.
Correct. And I'll also tell you that when that trial was going on, whenever he was on the stand talking and all, my wife was like, "Oh, he's did some stuff. He's like, he's not innocent. He's did some stuff. He just acts too weird."
Yep. He acts too innocent is what it is. Yeah.
Right. I mean, this whole case revolves around 2 murders, but there's so much more going on with this.
I think I don't think I know that there is definitely a lot more going on.
Well, that's pretty much the update I have on this for the time being, for where we're at, what's going on. This is the update that I have. I threw out my plot twist theory. Everybody that's listening, jump in the comments. Tell us what you think. Tell us what you know. We've got a bunch of internet sleuths on here. I know. What have you found? What do you know? What's going on? Get in the comments. I want to read it. I want to know what y'all think.
He's hot. That's all we keep getting. I don't get it.
I don't know. I guess I don't have air conditioning on in the courtroom. I don't
know. My wife read that and she was like, he probably was a good looking guy, but he killed people in cold blood. What's hot about that?
So since you brought that up, I'm going to leave this episode with one last thing. I also asked her, do you have any feelings towards or anything you would like to say about the way that Wade is being sexualized on social media? Kelly's response to that was, I think it's gross. Knowing what he's done and still wanting him is disgusting. And he's talking to tons of women. Kelly, thank you for having an interview with us. Everybody out there, it's late here.
Yeah, it is.
I'm tired. I know Scott's tired. It's been a long day for both of us. Thank every one of y'all for all the likes, all the subscribes, all the comments.
I'm talking. I had my mute on both ones. Oh my Lord. I had a mute on my, where you tap it, and then I was muted on the computer. So I thought you guys were hearing me. Okay. I gotta find that Kelly one real quick. Hold on 1 second. It's making me download it. Hold on, guys. It's making me download that TikTok. It sent me a link and it made me download it. So just give me 1 minute. So this is going to be Kelly, his ex, the one that we've been seeing. She's doing like all the one doing most of the interviews. Okay, hold on, let me find it. Good, it's right there. Okay, sometimes when I download on this computer over here, it downloads in a weird spot and I can never find it, but I found it. So hold on. Well, there we go. Okay, here we go.
All right, so we are going to answer some questions that I have gotten on my videos of my ex-boyfriend Wade. We'll just get like the thirst trap crap out of the way. This is what he looked like when we met. Obviously, he's a very attractive man. Nobody is doubting that. This is also him. There you go. This is your thirst trap. Get that in. No tattoos on his face. His hair was grown out. I did not see a swastika on his head. If I did, I probably wouldn't have dated him because I am not racist. Anyway, thirst trap out of the way. Yes, he was a very attractive man. He still kind of is. But knowing what he did makes him very unattractive to me. Obviously not to some of you, and that's fine. But you're not going to change him, writing him in prison. He's just going to get money out of you. And that's, if that's your kink, whatever. I don't care. So when we first got together, he was completely normal. He did not do drugs. He was living in a halfway house unbeknownst to me. I didn't know that for like a couple months. And then he was like, oh yeah, like I was in a halfway house because my dad said I needed to be in one. I was not, I was like, oh, okay, that's fine. So we moved in together. He moved into my house in Lake Worth, Florida, and we lived together for about 5 or 6 months. And for most of that time, everything was fine. We went on dates. He met my family. He met my friends. We went to Universal together. We would go shopping. Like nothing out of the ordinary happened at all. And then I noticed that he was doing cocaine. And I was like, that's, a party drug. I don't do drugs at all. Some people had commented, like, how does it feel to be clean and sober? I have never done drugs. I've smoked marijuana twice and had full panic attacks. I don't do drugs. It's not my thing. I have a career. I have a life. Whatever. If you do drugs, that's your own thing. So he started doing coke, and then I started finding weird stuff around, and I actually took pictures of it and posted it on Reddit. And I was like, hi, hello, what is this? I know nothing about drugs. And they were like, oh yeah, that's like a makeshift crack pipe. He does crack. So that was weird. We got in a lot of fights about that, but nothing was ever physical, ever. The only time he ever got physical, and not with me, I had taken his backpack in the bathroom to see if there was drugs in it. He kicked my door in. And I got mad and I threw a table at him, like a whole ass kitchen table. But he never hit me ever until that night. So there were no really red flags till the end. My family and friends started to notice towards the end also. He started like cutting me off from them. And he did steal from me. He and my friend at the time, ran away together, went to Texas. I came home and all my stuff was gone. They ran away to Texas together. He stole my gun. I contacted the police. Police didn't do anything. And I was like, cool, this guy stole my gun. Like, that's actually kind of a big deal. But I guess cops in Florida kind of suck. So I forgave him after that because I'm dumb. And as many of you have pointed out, I'm a 3 and he's a 10 or whatever. So yeah, I was dumb and I was like, this guy's hot and I'll do anything to keep him around. Unfortunately, that's what I did. He cheated on me a lot with a lot of different women. I caught him. He denied it. I had cameras. He denied it. Like, there's so much stuff looking back. I'm like, girl, you are so dumb. I don't know. He is a master manipulator. That's what he does. That's how he's always lived his life. After he did what he did to me, I called his his adoptive parents, And they were like, yeah, he's done something very similar before, and we took it to court and we won. So we don't really believe you because, the charges were dropped. I can't fight against that. So I never knew about any of his previous victims, assault, nothing until the end, because for the whole of our relationship, his name was Steven, which is his middle name. I did not know his name was Wade until we got mail from his adoptive dad, and it had information on it about his daughter and his real name. And I was like, what is this? And he was like, oh, it's like a friend of mine's daughter. It's not really my daughter, and blah, blah, blah. So that's how I found out his real name, all that stuff. People are saying I should write a book. I don't know how to do that. If anyone wants to reach out to me and help me, that's great. People are saying I should sue the police department. I would love to. That costs money. If anyone wants to donate to a lawyer or find me a lawyer that'll do it, I would love to. I contacted them the other day to find out what happened with my internal affairs thing that I set up like a year ago when I was looking into it. I found out that the detective Potter, who was in charge of my case, got demoted to road crew, and he was suspended for only 120 hours for misconduct. So I don't know. They told me I need to contact the SIU units to try to find out if anyone knows where my evidence, my pictures went, anything like that. Police report, everything's gone. I would obviously like to see that. I have photos from the police's personal cameras. I'm going to give you a trigger warning. These are kind of bad. So this is my lip. He busted my lip open. These are the ligature marks on my hands. These were pictures of my TV because they sent me a CD. So this is where he tied me up with garbage bags that were in the back of my car, cut the circulation off my hands. I literally thought my hands were going to fall off. This is the marks from being strangled, and, by his hand. This is where he bit me. He bit my chin and my ear. And then this is how he was the rest of the time. He was a very good looking dude. I don't doubt that at all. I mean, that's how he did what he did. He lured women in, and he's very charismatic and smart. And I do not doubt if people write him in prison, he will have you sending him money and promise that you are the only one, and it's just you and me, and blah, blah, blah. Girl, it is not just you and him. It is you and every other woman that simps over him. And you know what? If you want to spend all your money on someone that's never going to see the light of day, I don't care. He can't hurt anybody in there anymore. Mentally, maybe, which, whatever. I have been contacted by him in the last year or so. I don't answer phone calls from him. I don't answer emails from him. I want nothing to do with him until it's time to watch him fry, and I will be in the front row with a big old sign saying bye. That's what was my goal. I've had some interviews with news stations. I'm trying to get an interview with Bunny, Jelly Roll's wife, because I saw that she wanted to interview him, and I think it would be better if she talked to a victim. I am still in contact with his ex that testified against him. She and I text sometimes. And are you here? Are you helping? But like I said, if anyone needs to talk, wants to get out of a relationship like that, please reach out. I am a nice person. I'm not going to judge you. I will do everything I can to help you. And for those of you that want to be mean and say, you're not his type, I don't know what he sees in you, blah, blah, blah. He saw a fragile girl that had money, that was just, you could be used. And it doesn't matter what you look like. I was more attractive back then. I'm a little chunky now, but whatever. He still hits me up. it's not skin deep. It's, you know, he was trying to use me, and somehow I got away, thankfully, and he will suffer for it. And yeah, so if you guys have any more questions, please reach out. I will maybe do a live video. I don't know. Whatever you guys think, let me know.
Okay. Okay, 1 second. So what'd you guys think? I gotta get some water. Hold on. Let me remove this. Okay. Oh, my camera's not on. Okay. Anyway, all right. How's everybody doing? Oh, thank you, Becky. Thank you for the super or the gifted 5 memberships. Who were the lucky 5? The lucky 5. She's threw away a crowbar with blood on it. Wow, this isn't that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure they were talking about her, not the one that ended up dating Eric. I think it was Kelly, and she had said, I don't understand that. Oh, well, she said she tried to call the cops and tell them that there was a crowbar back there, but right? Isn't that what they said? And then they just wouldn't do anything about it. I mean, after the murder. So after this happened, where they found out about these murders, she tried. So I don't know how long ago that was, the crowbar thing. But after she told the cops that, and they didn't even go bother to look for it, which there could be DNA of another missing person. If it's true, I don't know. And then who was the men's clothes that he came home with? I have no idea. We need to find out. Maybe I could try to reach out and have her. Maybe we could get an interview with her. What do you think? Thanks, Sarah. Oh, good, Pamela. You got one? Wait, who needs to leave her alone, Rachel? They need to leave her alone. She's looking for interviews. You could tell. She's like, oh, I'm going to reach out to Bunny. Like she's wanting to tell her story. Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about something else? Because like with her, you could tell she's the type that wants to do interviews. So I don't think people are bugging her. I think she's reaching out to people and stuff. But I don't know. Maybe you're not talking about her. But she definitely seems down to want to do interviews. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I'll try to reach out to her and see. I don't know. Maybe she only wants to do like ones with like bigger channels, but I could try. She definitely is about it. Wait, what women though? Oh, what women? Okay, now I'm totally lost. Oh, okay. Well, I can't believe they're doing that. Well, I mean, that's so wrong. Oh, because they think he's better looking than her or whatever. Well, I do think with him, it's about what they could give him. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even think it matters what they look like. And I'm not saying like that she's ugly or anything, but I think with him, it was like she must have money. Does she come from money or something? Because she said that he basically, she even said she was using me for my money, or I don't know. And maybe she's like really sweet and would give him a lot of money or whatever. But I feel like even with him, with anybody, I feel like he's trying to find people that can give him something. He don't care. I don't think he cares about people's looks or anything. He just cares about money and how they could satisfy him. So yeah, he doesn't. He don't care. Yeah, that sucks. That really sucks. Sorry, Rachel. I didn't understand what you said. I was confused, but now I get it. Thank you. yeah, so she's probably a way better person. And she's, yeah, she was probably really nice. And so she did help him out a lot. And I think he probably goes for like weak people that can be manipulated, or like really nice people, because niceness, I don't want to say niceness is not weakness at all, but maybe people that, that are very kind and generous, or like women that don't think they deserve better, that go for like men that treat them like crap, like Mila, I feel like. Now I feel like Kelly, I don't know enough about her, but she doesn't, what I've seen, it doesn't seem like she's probably the type that goes for like men like that, but he probably, what was attracted to him to her is probably maybe she's really generous in the money. And he thought like, ooh, money. Mila, I think it's because she goes for men like that and she just attracts them. And then I don't know what his other girlfriends, what was his other girlfriends? But yeah, so for the next one, we have a couple more letters to go over. I want to look into the mother and stuff, some of those names that one podcast did. I'm going to try to look into the background and see what I can find. And I just hope I get a response soon because I ordered the files too. So we'll hopefully, I don't know how long that'll take, but hopefully that won't take long. There might be a break in between, depending on how much I could find just myself between like that and then when I get the files. I don't know how long it'll be in between time. So I might end up doing a few more and then take a break with Wade until I get them and then continue with Wade. And then maybe in the meantime, I still have the Ezra stuff too. So, but I still have a couple more for sure I want to do with Wade because I want to look into some of the other family. I still have more that I want to, I think I played all the videos, but I could probably find some more videos to go over. And then some more documents, and then I want to do some more background searches on some of those people that I haven't looked up yet. And I would love to freaking get some interviews. Maybe that'd be cool. Oh, really? Yeah. See, probably like that, I mean, and Mila, so Mila has that spa. Wonder how good that's doing. So I wonder if she has some money too. Like, not rich, but like has, money where she was able to, support him. I don't know how much owning a spa and how good it was doing does, but wait, she says she thinks she's stupid? And I hope, Rachel, I hope you're not taking what I'm saying that I think she's ugly. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I don't think it matters to Wade either way, if he finds her attractive or not. Everybody has their own taste. So some people find her attractive, some people won't. It's just the name of the game. It's life. Some people are attracted to different people. But I don't think with him, it matters if he's attracted to the person at all. It matters what he can get from them. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. So, no, but you're in Canada though. So I mean, what would you know what I'm saying? It would be kind of pointless to do one on you. I could see what it pulls up, but no, I didn't. And that's the thing. Like with you, I didn't have, like, I feel like there would be no reason for me to be like, I'm suspicious of her. Let me see if there's any, you know what I'm saying? We've always been honest with each other. And I felt that you're always honest. You know what I'm saying? So there was no reason for me to really look you up, if that makes sense. Number one. Number two, you're in Canada. So I'm not going to find anything anyway, probably. But no, I didn't even have any urge to, just because I would just ask you if you know what I'm saying? It's just, yeah. No, I know you are, but I just wanted to explain because, the truth of why I never had an urge to, because we just talk, you were just always honest. I could tell. But like if it was somebody I was like, this person, I don't trust them, then I do, but I never felt that way with you. So Jeremiah, wait for the money. Yeah. No, you're fine. You're fine. I just wanted to make sure you didn't think it was that I was saying that, because that's not. Yeah, Rachel and I are talking to each other. Yeah, I got it now. I'm sorry. I get no, don't cover up the pretty face. No. Well, maybe, because that could that's cute. Gross. What is that? Wait, what are you saying gross about, Rachel? You know it gross. Oh, Wade would be on the phone. Baby, I love you. Baby, you're the only one. Did you put money? I know, right? Y'all, Wade Wilson is top. He is so extremely lava hot that I would let him murder me. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's the truth. That's 100% the truth. He don't care. He wants that money. And most people then, you're in prison for life. So, I mean, it's not like you could have a life with somebody. So I feel like most people in prison for a long period of time have that mentality that they are, even if they didn't out on the outside, they probably do on the inside, because you know what I'm saying? You gotta eat, I mean, I know they feed you, but to, get anything extra, you have to have people giving you money, right? So I think it's less about, developing a real relationship in a way where it's like, because you're not going to have a life with them, really. So it's more about what can they give me money on my my commissary and stuff. I'm not saying it's right, but I bet you most people in jail and prison, that's their mentality, because at least ones that are in there for like long periods of time, Now, people that are going to get out soon or whatever, not their whole life, and they can develop a relationship because they know they're going to be able to see the person. But like otherwise, it's like, yeah, they could visit, but I feel like a lot of them are like that. But Wade, I feel like, was like that regardless before prison. I mean, that's just hit him. I mean, he doesn't care about anybody else. So then you put him in jail, prison, then he's gonna be with anybody and tell them what he thinks they want to hear to get that money. Yeah, I think it is. I was thinking it was. Yeah, that's messed up. She just got to remember, like, these women are wanting to obsess over this man who is evil. Like, somebody that if he got out would kill him or hurt him. Yeah, there's nothing to be. He's got to realize these women are just not right. Yeah, I think that's all I'm going to do tonight, guys. So for sure I have a part 3. I don't know if it'll be a part 4, if I find more stuff. If I don't find a lot more stuff, I'm hoping I will, because I'll slowly get like more names and stuff. like I said, and then I'll have to wait till I get the files. And then Ezra, I should work on that this weekend actually. Trying to think what else I have. So I have the letters. I have a couple more documents. Could go through a couple more videos. Just a couple more background searches. Yeah. I mean, is this interesting at all? Like the stuff, like the random stuff, like of all the other people involved, looking into them. Yeah, Bella. All right, y'all. Elizabeth, I predict that a lot of women will be hearing this is a collect call from Wade. Yeah, they are. They're going to be spending all their hard-earned money on this pathetic jerk that doesn't give them a second thought. All he wants is their money. And what's he getting? Chocolate bars, ho-hos, chips, maybe some clothes. Whatever. iPad or whatever they could get now. It's crazy. I know. I got to start on that. I got to. Ezra, I have to do that. Oh yeah, Sarah, good thinking. Good thinking. Yay, Steph. Yeah, I forgot about that. Wait, where is my phone case? I got the other phone case, but I don't know where it's at. I never put it on my phone, the tie-dyed one. I don't remember where I put it. You guys, I got to do a giveaway. I got some merch I want to do a giveaway for. Let me think how I want to do it. I could do the one where the StreamYard and you put in a word and then you're entered. Or I could do the wall of names or wheel of names. I got to figure it out. But I want to do a couple giveaways. Yeah. A couple zip ups. Because they're a little bit too thick for me. So they're like zip up merch hoodies. Plus, it's nice doing giveaway hoodies. All right, I'm gonna go. Oh, cool, Becky. I'm glad. Thanks, Geraldine. Yeah, I could. I gotta pee though. That's real nice. Oh my lord. I could show some of it. Hold on. Oh my lord. Okay. I want to show some of the ones I'll do a giveaway. I'm gonna keep the purple one. Dude, where's my? No, I'm gonna keep that. You know what? Maybe because I ordered large and extra large, but the extra large is a little bit too big. So maybe I will do a giveaway on my pink, not the light pink hoodie, but the darker pink hoodie that's extra large. Not that I can't, extra, I like things big, but like I like to do a giveaway. Dude, wait a minute. How is there a stain on this? I wore it once. I wonder if this came with it. No. You know what happened? Oh my God, I remember. Dang it. I hope I could get it off. It's coffee. So that was the other day when I was walking. I tipped it and I thought I got it like on my arm, and then I checked the carpet and it wasn't there, and I thought it just spilled on my arm. It must have spilled on the hoodie because it was on my thing. Hopefully I'll be able to get that off. But here's the ones that I'm going to be doing a giveaway. I'll do a giveaway. So let me see. Okay, so this, hold on. This says peeping ears, on the back, and it says, oh, my earphone just came out. OCD. It's large. They're pretty thick though. So, but I don't know how to do the giveaway. I want to do a members because that's one of the perks. So maybe I'll do one members and one regular. Because members, I want to do a members giveaway so then like it, increases people's chances. And like I said, it is one of the perks of being a member. And they could do a regular. But anyway, so I have this one, the blue one, it's a zip up. It's a large. And then I have this gray one. Oh, this is the one that zips. This is cool. I like this. Look, it zips into it. Obsessive crime disorder. And then on the back, it says, peeping ain't easy. And then this one, yeah, this is zip too. So yeah, what do you guys think? We'll do a giveaway, but I don't know if I want to do it where you fill out the form. Yeah, so good night, Rachel. So which one should I do for the merch? Or which one should I do for the members? And which one should I do for the regular people? Like, I don't know. This one has the coffee stain on it, but I'm going to get it off. I'll get it off for you, I'm sure. If not, you'll have the stain made by me by spilling coffee. It's just a little one, look. Hold on. It's too little. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Where'd it go? Hold on. Because don't tell me dude. Okay, how did that happen? It was the way it was folded. So there's one here. There's two. There's like, hold on. Where's the other? Yeah, look. It's definitely coffee. I definitely remember when I did it. Because I was like, gosh, I thought some of it spilled on the carpet, but I couldn't find it. But look, 2 coffee stains. It looks red. It's really their coffee. I don't know why it looks red on there. It's definitely not red. So I'll try to get it off, okay? Which one should I do members, though? I don't know. Yeah, you could buy them. Yeah. There's the merch right there. There's all kinds of different styles, designs and stuff that Sarah actually made. So click on the link. Okay. Yeah. Wait, is that bad? Wait, I'm confused. I wore them once. I wore each one time. I'll wash it. No, I'm definitely going to wash them, but I don't know if... No, I guess the coffee stain will probably just come off in the wash. I'll definitely wash them. I wore these each once. That's it. And I had a shirt on underneath. But I'll wash them. Yeah, I've done that before. Yeah, I've done that before with a bunch of mine. And actually the one that I wore all the time, it was a pink one. They wanted the most. They were excited because I wore it all the time. And that one was the most popular one that everybody wanted for some reason because I would wear it all the time. So yeah, I wore these each once. I'm definitely going to wash them. So yeah, I'll do one. I'll just decide which one is for the members and which one is for the regular. So one is the peeping ears, obsessive crime disorder, and this one has the one peeping ain't easy. And then, so the blue's a large and the gray is an extra large. So, and they're really thick. The gray one might be a little bit thicker, but the gray one, yeah, it's a little bigger. So yeah, we'll figure it out. Oh, I thought you were saying, I'm so confused. Oh no, and I'm not selling them. These are going to be giveaways. They're going to be free. People are going to win it. So it's like, it's not like they're buying it. Okay. I don't know. Yeah, I'll figure out the details. Sorry guys. I didn't mean to put all these different options. I don't know. And then, because they're really thick, guys. They're really thick. And that's the only reason I didn't wear them more, because I want to wear them, for my lives. And they're too thick to just like sit around. Not like, I mean, they'd be nice. I'm saying they're good quality for like a fall day because they're really a thick material. But I didn't to sit on the lives. It's just, yeah. All right. Okay. I hope. Oh, okay. Oh, sign them. Oh, I could. Well, let's think, you guys. How should I do it? I don't know. Okay, so yeah, because I really only wore them each once. They've just been sitting over there. And that stupid coffee stain, that sucks because it wasn't even when I was wearing it. It was just when it was sitting there and I spilled the coffee. Okay, so you know what we'll do? Yeah, I'll say sign them, but I won't sign them until I pick the winner. And then if the winner for some reason doesn't want it signed, then I won't. I'll wait to see if they want it signed or not, because maybe some people wouldn't. I don't know. But the option will be signed. Where would I sign it, though, you think? Where should I sign it? Like big or? Okay. I know. I did that before. And yeah, people loved it. I do have, I don't know yet. So I have like a darker pink one that I got. It's an extra large that I was thinking about maybe doing for a giveaway, just because I've never wore it at all. I don't know, just for giveaways, like I do need to do more for the members because that is a perk. So maybe I'll do a couple of giveaways for the members and then I'll do one for the regular, not members. But does that make sense? And I'm not saying like show us more. Wait, what ones? I don't know what else to show. Because what do you mean? What do you want me to show? Yeah, with a sharp. Okay, what wouldn't come out in the wash? I wonder. I don't know. Oh, you mean just show like just what I have or what I'm going to do for a giveaway? Because I don't know I don't know. I have to find the ones that if I'm going to do another, like a shirt giveaway. You just mean show like what I have. No, that's a tie-dye, but Sarah got it for me, a tie-dye pillowcase. But it's not a merch one though. Yeah, okay. Well, I should just wear them, right? Like when I wear them? Okay, hold on. I haven't worn this one yet. Here's the Zeke Justice shirt. I have not worn yet. But check this out. Only some of them have this. Some do, but some don't. The zavgirl. And then Sarah's the creator of the merch. She made them. Her beautiful art. Her beautiful art. I love it. I love it. Here's the one I might do a giveaway. I haven't worn it yet, but God, it's extra large. I love it though. But you know what? Members, I haven't done a lot for members, so maybe I should. Actually, it looks a lot red. It's pinker than it looks on here. This is making it look like a reddish pink. It's actually like a pink. And it says peeping ain't easy down the side. Peeping ears. And it doesn't have anything on the back. But this is a hoodie, extra large, so I might do this one too. Yeah, it's not as pink as it looks right here. It looks better in person. I feel like it does. It looks, yeah, it looks good in person. And then I don't know. I don't know yet, but for sure those zip ups. Maybe this one. And then there is one T-shirt that's an extra large that I might be able to do. But I don't know where it's at right now, so I'm not sure yet. But we'll start out with the 2 zip ups and go from there. Okay. I don't know where the other one is. I'll have to show you another time. But wait, which one, Sarah? The Zeking one or the pink hoodie? Coffee art? What does that mean, Morning Star? Wait, I don't see a Kelly 60. Oh, Kelly 64. Yeah, what is that? Do they keep just saying Kelly 64? Wait, what? Yeah, now I'm scrolling up. Well, there's 2 of them. Let's just see if they go. Let's see what they do. I'm curious. What's gonna be next? You're gorgeous. Hmm. Oh, really? Yeah, Sarah, I wish I don't know where the other ones are, but I'll show them next time. I wish I had more. I can't remember. I think there might be one that needs washed. I think one, I don't know. I don't know where the other couple of shirts are. And I really gotta pee. What else though? I was gonna do what else? There's something else that today I was like, oh, I should do that for a giveaway. Not today. I lied. Like a few days ago. There was something, and I was like, what was it? I don't remember. Huh. Oh well. But yeah, go check out the merch though. Sarah did a great job at creating the logos, and I love them, and they all have meaning, like the peeping ears. I mean, we are the peeping ears. We got what is the word for it? Which I think is really fitting. I like that. I love the OCD. You thought of that, Sarah, the obsessive crime disorder. I love that because I mean, I have OCD for real. I have both OCDs. I have the real one and the obsessive crime disorder. So that fits a lot. The Zeking Justice, that was voted on like years ago for the merch design. When we did the first merch design, we like all just voted on what would be the next logo, and everybody came up with the Zeking Justice. Then you basically revamped it, or what is the word? Like I had the original one, and then you made it different, which I love. I love the Zeking Justice. So Zeke is my dog. For those of you guys that don't know, Zeke, he hasn't made an appearance in a while. So instead of like seeking justice, they did Zeking Justice. And then what else? Yeah, there's all kinds. Go check out the link. There's so many different little variations. And what else? Peeping ain't easy. I love that. I love that. Because we are all peeping ears. I mean, we're all peeper. Look what we do. I feel like it just fit. I feel like it fits perfect. Yeah, does he have a click call from zavgirl? I have the mouse pad. I have the phone case. Like, there's all kinds of different things. The blankets. Go check them out, guys. They're good quality too. Very good quality clothes. Like I said, those zip ups are really thick material. There's tie dyes. I love that we have tie dyes now. The bunch of different kind of like the multicolor tie dyes, the 2-color tie dyes, like different, just really cool. Yeah, it's definitely cool. Oh yeah, pants, pajama pants. I wore those the other day. They're really cool. They're tie dye pajama pants. I don't know where there's at, or I would show you. They're comfortable. I liked them. They fit good. They're like one size fits all type, but they fit me. I feel like I could see how they would fit a lot of different sizes. So, what else? Yeah. Okay. So wait, what do we? There is slides, huh? We should maybe. No, Sarah, do you know what would be good to sign the Do I have to get a special marker for fabric, or can you use a Sharpie, or will it come off the wash? Do you know? Yes, dog. Oh, I got Zika dog collar. He wears it's this purple, like what is it? Purple bluish teal or whatever. But it's like almost like a tie-dye type one, or I don't know if I'm describing it right, but it's cute. It says Zeke Injustice. It looks really good on him too. Ear itches. What else? What else? Oh, dog collars, dog shirts. Did I get Zeke a dog shirt? I don't remember. I don't think I did yet. Got mugs. I need to get myself a mug. Oh, you don't have to. You're so sweet. You spoil me. There's number stickers and stickers and magnets. Wait, what do you mean number stickers? Number stickers? You got a mug? I would get a mug, but here's the thing. I should get one. I drink coffee all the time. But because I make the Nespresso and I froth the cream, the mugs, like the normal size mugs that most places have, isn't quite big enough just because how I do my coffee. It's fine. It's a cup of coffee. It's a normal cup of coffee, so it's fine for most people. But because I do the froth and the cream, and it goes too high, so they're never big enough. That's why I haven't got one yet. So what I used to do is my first design, I got one because I'm like, I gotta get one, and I got one. And since it didn't fit, what I would do is I take up the frother because it wouldn't fit all the cream. So I'd always have to I would carry that with me up here. And so I would, put a little bit of cream, drink it, and I have to pour it as I would drink it because it wouldn't all fit. Does that make sense? So yeah. Yes. All right, I'm gonna go. I gotta go to the bathroom, and we're already going on 4 hours and 15 minutes. All right, bye everybody. Yeah, so should I do the big giveaway? I'll try to do what I'll do is so for the one that I do for everyone, I'll do the one where the StreamYard picks the winner. You put in a word. But the one I do with the members, I'll put it on the community post, the form you fill out. All you got to do is put your name, your YouTube, your profile name, and your email. So that therefore, if you win, I could email you and tell you. And then I'll put the winner on members. So only members will have access to fill it out, right? And then the one that I do for everybody, I'll set up the StreamYard one where you pick or whatever. Here's the only thing though, and I hate doing this, but sometimes it doesn't make sense, at least for this instance here, because the shipping is so much for out of the country shipping that it almost doesn't make sense to spend the money for the shipping for out of country. It almost makes more sense to just like possibly just buy it and have it shipped or something. Does that make sense? So I don't know. Shipping is just so freaking expensive that it might make more sense to like, for if it is out of the country, to just ship it from the company. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to think. I guess it depends. What do you, I guess if it is out of the country, I could just do one from the company and it wouldn't be one here, because it almost like seems like it would make more sense to do it that way than, I don't know. I have to figure that out. Where are you at, Steph? Yeah, I wonder, but it sucks because then when I do giveaways, because I have done them where you have to be in the country, but then it sucks for people out of the country. They don't get to do the giveaways. So it's like, I don't know. I got to figure out something. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I know that one time somebody, it was only from Canada. Oh, night, Sarah. I'm about to end it. I'll say goodnight. When I get off, I'll text you. Yeah, I'll figure it out. All right. I'll try to do that next time though. And members, look for the community post. Look for the form to fill out, because that's where I'm going to pick a winner from. It's going to be under community post. Okay. Or I don't know if I could do that under members. Hold on a second. Is it go under members? I want to see if I could post under members that. No, I can't, because you do that when you do, like, you could do a video. So yeah, community post, look under community post. Okay. And I'll leave it up for like a week or so and tell people in lives, like, hey, if you're a member, go fill it out. Okay. All right. Good night, everybody.